will need to do significantly more to overcome the human suffering and alleviate all the damages. And we as international community stand ready to take our share on trying to help Turkey and Syria to overcome this tragedy. Today's donors conference has the ambition to take this next step towards recovery and reconstruction. The damages and the needs are massive, if not unprecedented, and must be tackled urgently. The European Commission is ready to do everything in its power to help. We're ready to participate in building new houses, schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure so that normal life can return to these regions in Turkey. We will support public services and businesses to restart. We are equally committed to provide humanitarian and early recovery assistance to the millions of Syrians who have suffered the consequences of the earthquakes, in addition to the suffering of the 15 years long war. This is the kind of solidarity we are here to demonstrate today. Through this International Donors Conference, we have the opportunity to announce our support, help our partners to manage the impact of this earthquake, and build resilience to future natural disasters. I'm looking forward to your pledges. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to my dear colleague Johan Forssell from Sweden.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here today at this pledging conference initiated by the Swedish Prime Minister and the President of the European Commission. And I would like to thank all of you for attending. And in addition to the people that are present in this room, I know that many people and civil society organizations are following the conference online. And on behalf of the Swedish presidency, you are all very welcome. The destruction following the earthquake is enormous, and the consequences for human lives devastating. The economies of the countries that have been struck will be affected for a very long period of time. And when we traveled to Ankara to prepare for this conference together with our Turkish counterparts, Commissioner Várhelyi and I received a warm welcome, but also heartbreaking information about the suffering and the needs of the people affected. And in this time of need, when disaster hits, it is crucial that the international community comes together and shows unity. It is important for the people affected, but also important for the multilateral system. I'm looking forward to the pledging session where the European and broader international community will showcase their support with the people in their time of need. Commissioner Várhelyi, I hand the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now let me invite to the stage our President, President Ursula von der Leyen from the European Commission. President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Foreign Minister Cavusoglu, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. When the earth started to shake in Turkey and Syria, it was cold, it was dark and raining. People were sleeping in the warmth of their homes when the sky came crashing down. The pain of the loss of life is inexpressible. More than 48,000 people dead, thousands still missing, millions homeless. In minutes, cities and communities were turned to mounds of rubble and dust. Entire families were lost, their beds turned into coffins. When the sun rose that morning, the people of Turkey and Syria were in shock and mourning. The whole world held its breath. But tens of thousands sprang to action to rescue and save those who were still alive beneath the devastation, to heal and to give shelter to those who lost everything. Thousands of volunteers working day and night in the dust and in the cold, saving hundreds of lives, screaming of joy whenever they found a child alive under the rubble. The first responders performed miracles in the midst of tragedy. They inspired hope where there is so much pain. This is a story of catastrophic loss, and it is a story of heroic solidarity among the people of Turkey, the people of Syria, and your friends around the world. On that morning, many rushed to help. The European Union too immediately activated its civil protection mechanism. Hours after the first earthquake, European rescue teams arrived in Turkey, just as a second earthquake, almost as powerful as the first, caused even more death. 1,652 European rescuers and 111 search dogs helped the local heroes. Hungarian firefighters, for example, found Selma, a Turkish woman 5 meters beneath the collapsed building, where she lay for 47 hours. It was in the middle of the night when they heard her cries with -9 degrees Celsius outside. They got her out alive, and Selma's story of survival is one of many. Polish and Bulgarian teams found and saved an entire family of 4. And the first survivor a French medical team treated was a 3-month pregnant Syrian refugee. For over 10 days, they searched the rubble. At Gaziantep airport, there were rescue and medical teams from all over the world. Many were crying. They were exhausted. They hadn't slept for days. I think we owe them an overwhelming gratitude. Today's impressive attendance at this donors conference testifies to the international community's strong response. The whole world mobilized to support the people of Turkey and Syria, because the scale of this tragedy is so large that no one country or agency alone could have done anywhere near what we have done together. 6 weeks later, the scale of the devastation from the earthquakes is still being uncovered, and the international mobilization has not stopped. Tents and clothes and food and medical supplies continue to arrive. Yet the needs of the survivors are still massive and must be tackled with urgency. The earthquakes affected a region in Turkey home to 13.5 million people and an unknown number in Syria. Millions are now homeless and living in tents as the winter drags on. We need to sustain our support and help the survivors, not just to survive, but to rebuild their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to mobilize for reconstruction. Homes and schools and hospitals must be rebuilt with the highest standards of seismic safety. Water and sanitation and other critical infrastructure must be repaired. Public services and businesses need capital to restart so that people can earn a living. We will hear later from the UNDP a presentation of the first estimates of damages, but we already know the challenge is immense. Larger than any one of us alone can master, but together we can master the challenge. And that is why authorities and the Swedish presidency of the Council, the European Commission has organized this pledging conference. No one can fill the void left by those who lost their lives. Yet together we can reconstruct and rebuild. The European Union and its member states and financial institutions have put together a strong pledge. I am pleased to announce that the European Commission alone will support Turkey with €1 billion for the post-earthquake reconstruction. We also pledge a further package of €108 million for humanitarian assistance and early recovery in Syria. On top of this, our member states and the European financial institutions will make additional pledges. That comes on top of the €21 million in humanitarian assistance that we have already mobilized. So I invite all nations and all donors to contribute, to honor the memory of the lives lost, to honor the heroism of the first responders, and to sustain the hope of the survivors. Thank you very much, and I now give the floor to the Prime Minister of Sweden.
Thank you so much, Ursula, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 42 days ago, the lives of millions of people in Turkey and Syria changed completely in just a matter of seconds. Within a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people lost their homes, their everyday routines, their sense of normalcy and belonging. In the following days, it became painfully clear that hundreds of thousands of people lost someone they loved. Over 50,000 lives were lost. As the European Union and as members of the international community, we cannot take away the grief or the pain. We cannot fill the voids from the loved ones that were lost in the earthquakes, but we can do one thing. We can turn our words of condolences and solidarity into action. That is why we meet here in Brussels today. That is also the reason for Sweden holding the current presidency of the European Union and the EU Commission to arrange this meeting for the people of Turkey and Syria. This conference has one clear goal: to make the struggle of rebuilding everyday lives and communities easier. We need to make sure the response from the international community is strong, efficient, and coordinated. The challenge to rebuild cannot be exaggerated. The affected area in Turkey and Syria equals actually the countries of Belgium and Netherlands together. Whole cities and societies need to be reconstructed, and the survivors will need to help to return to a slightly more normal life. We still do not have precise figures on all the physical destruction, but we're talking about large sums. The total economic impact will be devastating and long-term. However, we know one more thing, that when the EU and the international community makes a strong effort together, we can make enormous difference. This was clearly manifested by the large number of EU countries and other nations quickly sending search and rescue teams, tents, field hospitals, generators, and other support to the people affected. From Sweden, we quickly sent teams of experts and immediate relief. I was impressed by the strong will also of private individuals, NGOs, and the business community to help as well. The initial and fast response to the earthquakes must be followed by solid support for continued humanitarian relief, recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. My own country, Sweden, will today pledge 500 million Swedish kronor, equivalent to 45 million euros, to support humanitarian and reconstruction efforts in Turkey and humanitarian assistance and rehabilitation in Syria. This conference has one clear goal: to make the struggle of rebuilding everyday lives community easier. We will channel our funds through long-standing partners, the UNDP, the UNICEF, the UNHCR, and the WFP. This conference provides the EU and the wider international community with an opportunity to show the affected people in Turkey and Syria that we will stand by you as you rebuild your everyday lives. Our job here today is to make sure the EU and the wider international community provide adequate and effective support to make these challenges easier to face. The solidarity with the people of Turkey and Syria must today be transformed from words into action. This is why we have invited you all here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you, President. And now it is our honor to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of Turkey, Mr. Erdogan. But before his address, we would like to run a little video put together by our Turkish friends. Thank you.
4:17 a.m., February 6th, 2023. A magnitude 7.7 earthquake strikes the Pazarcık district of Kahramanmaraş. Turkey was face to face with the disasters of the century. Not one, two, or three, 11 major cities in southern Turkey were in shock. Many survivors were buried underneath the rubble. But the horror wasn't over. 9 hours after the initial tremor, another powerful magnitude 7.6 earthquake rocked the Elbistan district of Kahramanmaraş, destroying already damaged buildings and further complicating the dire situation on the ground. In a total of 105 seconds, the lives of 14 million people were changed forever. The historical monuments that grace the cities of Gaziantep and Hatay were lost to the pages of time. An area of 110,000 square kilometers, or roughly equivalent to the sizes of Bulgaria, Austria, Hungary, or the Netherlands, a region bigger than 90 countries, were hit hard by the quakes whose impact is equal to hundreds of atomic bombs. The death toll has reached 49,000. More than 279,000 buildings had collapsed or were severely damaged. This was an unprecedented disaster.
Afet bölgesi ve olağanüstü hal ilanı kararı aldı.
Search and rescue teams were immediately deployed to the area. In the first moments of the disaster, President Erdogan assured victims that they would not be left alone. He assured his people that all destroyed homes would be rebuilt within a year and no one would be left homeless. The rebuilding process throughout the quake-hit areas quickly started and continues rapidly. A nation mobilized along with the state. After organizing the state's response, President Erdogan also made a global call to the international community. More than 90 countries sent close to 10,000 personnel to assist the hundreds of thousands of local staff in one of the most comprehensive search and rescue missions of all time.
Zeynep tamam. Okay. Daniel here. Korkma, okay?
The unwritten story of the nation's rebuilding and recovery will become its greatest success in the next century.
And now I would like to invite Mr. President Erdogan, President of Turkey, to take the floor.
President of the European Commission, Prime Minister, honorable ministers, distinguished participants. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you personally and on behalf of my people. I would like to thank Ms. Ursula von der Leyen and the President of the European Commission and Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden, which holds the presidency of the Council of the European Union, for hosting this International Donors Conference. As you all know, on the 6th of February, our country was hit by one of the most severe natural disasters in the history of mankind. Two severe earthquakes of 7.7 and 7.6 magnitude occurring 9 hours apart in the same region caused significant destruction and loss of life in 11 provinces with a population of 14 million. 50,096 people lost their lives under the debris, and we rescued 115,000 citizens injured. May our deceased brothers and sisters rest in peace. I wish strength and patience to their loved ones and our people, and a speedy recovery to the wounded. I also would like to extend my condolences for 6,807 foreign nationals, our friends, some of whom were your citizens, and for Syrian brothers and sisters who lost their lives. Scientists describe this catastrophe as the most violent tremor that has ever occurred on land, on Earth. As a matter of fact, aftershocks, some of which have reached the magnitude of independent earthquakes, are still ongoing. Some of our provinces affected by the earthquake have been struggling with extreme rainfall and flood in recent days. Despite these unfavorable weather conditions, we are doing our utmost to meet the shelter, food, and other types of needs of earthquake victims. In addition to all relevant public institutions, our municipalities, non-governmental organizations, and volunteers are working around the clock, working really hard in the region. We are about to complete damage assessment. In 11 provinces in the earthquake zone, the number of buildings which have either collapsed or which are to be demolished promptly and which are heavily damaged is 298,000. And the number of independent units in these buildings is 876,000. According to our initial calculations, it is apparent that the cost of the destruction caused by the earthquake will reach $104 billion. It is impossible for any country, regardless of its economic state, to cope with a disaster of this scale alone. Turkey, a country that has been rushing to the help of those in need around the world for years, saw the support of 11,320 personnel from 90 countries immediately after the earthquake. friends and brothers and sisters share the pain of our nation by phone, by sending messages, or coming to our country in person. And assistance from around 130 countries reached the victims of the earthquake. 36 field hospitals were set up thanks to you, our valuable friends, and contributed to the treatment of the wounded. I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you personally and on behalf of my country and my people. We will never forget the solidarity shown by all our friends, the European Union with its institutions, member and candidate countries, United Nations, and other international organizations during these difficult days. This conference is another indication of the strong foundations of the relations between our peoples. Your contributions during the conference will help us in our efforts to heal the wounds and achieve a complete recovery from the earthquake. Because the real struggle, our real struggle starts now. We will reconstruct and revive all our cities destroyed in the earthquake. We will reconstruct their infrastructure, superstructure, workplaces, and historical and cultural assets. Our objective is to build high quality and safe buildings that will meet the housing needs in the entire earthquake zone within a year. We plan to hand over 319,000 houses in the first year and 650,000 houses in total. We laid the foundations, we broke ground and started construction in the areas where the locations were decided based on ground and survey studies. While we do this, we are simultaneously setting up tent cities, container cities, and prefabricated structures. And inshallah, within 2 months, we will set up 108,000 containers and have 500,000 people settled in these containers. Distinguished participants, we are a nation that believes in the power of solidarity and the blessing of sharing. Throughout history, we have rushed to the help of everyone in need without making any discrimination, regardless of anyone's belief, ethnic origin, or language. And during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we have provided medical aid and equipment to 160 countries and 12 international organizations that made a request from our country to our country, and we opened our doors and hearts to all people who had to migrate from conflict zones such as Syria and Ukraine. At the moment, we are hosting more than 4 million refugees, 3.5 million of whom are Syrian. And today, as we are healing the wounds of the disaster of the century in our country, we stand in solidarity with the Syrian people affected by the earthquake. We are doing everything to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance through land and air to the earthquake victims in Syria by third parties and other countries. And we will keep doing this in the future as well. As I conclude my speech, I would like to thank you, our friends, who provided assistance to our people round the clock, who supported our search and rescue operations with their teams, and who stood by us in these difficult days. I wish that the conference will be auspicious for our country and nation. I would like to extend my best wishes and best wishes of my people to you all. Thank you very much and take care.
Dear President von der Leyen, dear President Erdogan, dear Prime Minister Kristersson, Thank you very much for your opening remarks. With this now, we close the first session and we turn into the second one when we will discuss the impact and the recovery. Thank you. So let me turn now to the second session, where we are first to hear from the impact of the devastating earthquake and also the subsequent recovery efforts. I'm particularly grateful that my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Lenarčič, is here today with us, and who has went immediately to Turkey, visited the region, and he will address the conference now and will tell us about what he has found there, to be followed by Mr. Steiner from the UNDP, who is going to be representing the United Nations address, and who will also provide us with the immediate humanitarian assistance that was carried out in Syria. So please, Janez, you have the floor.
President von der Leyen, Prime Minister Christensen, Minister Çavuşoğlu, Administrator Steiner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is a disaster of immense proportions. I was in Gaziantep a few days after the earthquake struck, and I witnessed firsthand the overwhelming devastation and the magnitude of emergency. I saw how it has affected not just the Turkish population, but also the Syrian refugees within the local community. Turkey, as we were reminded by President Erdogan just now, hosts the largest number of Syrian refugees in the world. Now, after having fled a brutal war and finally beginning to rebuild their lives are again turned upside down, along with the lives of those who welcomed and supported them. I could also see on the ground how Europe has reacted as one, efficiently and fast, in the face of this disaster. In the immediate days after the event, the EU civil protection mechanism sprang into action. Over 30 search and rescue teams and 7 medical teams from 21 member states and 3 participating states rushed to help those in need. For the people of Syria, this is a disaster upon disaster. After 12 long years of war, over 15 million people were already in need of humanitarian aid before the earthquakes. That's over 3 times the population of Ireland, for instance. It's hard to imagine the impossible hardships these people are now going through following this latest tragedy. We must support them in every way possible. Like in Turkey, in the days and weeks following the earthquakes, member states have stepped up to provide people in Syria with everyday items so key to survival to those who have lost everything: tents, heaters, food, medicines, winter clothing, medical equipment, and more. In addition, the EU has further stepped up its humanitarian assistance to people in Syria and will be announcing additional funding today. Thanks to this funding, for instance, Fatima and her 3-year-old son, now living in a collective shelter after losing their home in the earthquakes, they are now able to have medical consultations. Thanks to this funding, vulnerable women who are at great risk now of cholera outbreaks in these shelters, like 67-year-old Hasna, can now get hygiene kits. We have ensured this support has reached people in both government-controlled and non-government-controlled areas, because we must help those in need wherever they are. However, we know that simply providing aid in the immediate aftermath of this disaster is not enough. The people of Syria need support with basic services. These services have been devastated from years of crippling conflict, leaving people even more vulnerable than ever. That means we have to work on rehabilitation of basic water infrastructure, making sure children can go to school, ensuring that people have livelihoods rather than being dependent on handouts. In short, we need to build people's resilience through early recovery, as already mentioned by President von der Leyen. This is why we will maintain our support to the Syrian people with the annual Donors Conference in Brussels, raising funds for the Syrian people on June 14th here in Brussels. We must continue to help those suffering the effects of these devastating earthquakes across Syria and Turkey. We must not forget them in their struggle. We must not leave anyone behind. That is why your support today is so crucial. I encourage you to pledge generously to help those in desperate need. Together, we must continue to help people of Turkey and Syria in this moment of hardship. Together, we can demonstrate Europe at its best through European solidarity in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lenarčič. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Achim Steiner, the Under-Secretary General of the UNDP Administrator and UNDP Administrator, Vice Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group. The floor is yours.
Çavuşoğlu, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. On behalf of the United Nations Development System, and it is in fact strongly represented also here by a number of my colleagues who I have not discovered where they are in the room, but I know that Kathy Russell from UNICEF, Filippo Grandi, UNHCR, and other colleagues are here, many teams from the UN family, the resident coordinator of our UN country team in Syria, who will also address you later, our resident representative from Turkey. We are all here to express, first of all, our sincere gratitude to the European Commission and the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union for organizing this vital and extremely timely event as communities across Turkey and Syria face the darkest moments. The video not only reminded me of some of those images in the first few hours, that hand holding on to somebody buried under rubble, the sheer terror in the face of children. I think we all know that an earthquake which strikes and destroys literally within seconds entire lives, families. It changed not only Turkey, but I think also our appreciation of what can happen to a nation literally in the blink of an eye. In Turkey, it is estimated that 3.3 million people are displaced countrywide, with approximately 2 million people living in temporary accommodation. Some 650,000 housing units, apartments and houses have been destroyed. In Syria, over 500,000 people, 500,000 people have been made homeless by the earthquakes. In the wake of 12 years of conflict and crisis, the number of people in need of humanitarian assistance in Syria was already at its highest levels even before this terrible earthquake hit, at more than 15 million people, while over 90% of the population in Syria today lives below the poverty line. Still, the largest internal displacement crisis in the world, the affected areas in Syria had large populations of internally displaced peoples, while Turkey has generously hosted 3.7 million Syrians under temporary protection over the past decade. And as Secretary General Antonio Guterres has so often said, it is an extraordinary gesture of generosity and solidarity. Taking the situation as a whole, millions of survivors are currently suffering from the trauma of the disaster and require support that goes beyond the emergency. The EU and its member states have demonstrated their leadership by rapidly responding to the disaster. The United Nations system continues to deploy emergency teams and relief operations in both countries. Our response has prioritized displaced persons, healthcare, food security, and vulnerable populations, including women and children. As we speak, millions of people across Turkey and Syria are struggling to get a roof over their head or indeed still put food on the table. To this end, the United Nations has launched a 1 billion humanitarian appeal to provide life-saving assistance to 5.2 million people in Turkey in areas such as food security, education, water, public health, and shelter, a solid foundation of humanitarian support that will advance human development. Regrettably, as of mid-March, the Turkey appeal is still less than 16.8% funded as of today. Similarly, the UN has launched a humanitarian appeal of almost $398 million to provide life-saving assistance to nearly 4.9 million people in Syria for a period of 3 months. As of 16th of March, 2023, the Syria flash appeal of $284.9 million has received $284.9 million, or the equivalent of 72.8% of the total amount required, which we hope will be complemented by badly needed funds for the Syria humanitarian response plan, which currently is only 5% funded. The United Nations is committed to supporting all affected people and communities across Syria. Your leadership and support is needed. We appreciate the flexibility demonstrated by various parties on allowing special waivers while facilitating access. We encourage the relevant parties to continue providing this essential support at this crucial moment in time. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the decisions we make now literally will impact communities for decades to come. It is a pivotal moment to directly address immediate humanitarian needs as well as urgent efforts to build back resilience through an early recovery approach that must begin now and with the people affected. Access to basic services and livelihoods is a must for a more sustainable recovery. If not, we will also simply continue to perpetuate cycles of vulnerability. That means not only providing emergency assistance to enable people to survive from day to day, always the #1 priority. It also involves contributing the funds they will need to start returning to normality, to start working again, and to start piecing back together the communities that lie in ruins around them. In this respect, I would also like to make a specific mention of the Turkey Earthquake Recovery and Reconstruction Assessment, led by the government, which is being supported by the United Nations family, the European Union, and the World Bank, and the Syria Early Recovery Needs Assessment, led by the United Nations family. Both efforts aim to provide a much clearer picture of the recovery pathways. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the United Nations family, we are committed to step up and deploy our assets across the development and humanitarian spheres to stand with and deliver for communities in Turkey and Syria. To our international donors, we count on your leadership and solidarity and generosity to help generate significant financing for recovery-focused initiatives that can have an immediate, profound, and ultimately long-lasting impact. That includes sometimes the basic things: debris removal, the restoration of income and livelihood-generating opportunities, rebuilding the bakery, the workshop, the provision of vital services that are so critical in such a situation by local governments, by city authorities, especially to the most vulnerable, the rehabilitation of critical infrastructure, and the preservation of threatened cultural heritage, of which there are such extraordinary examples in these affected areas. At this tragic moment for the people of Turkey and Syria, your support will help to light the candles that will illuminate a way out of this darkness. And these candles cannot flicker. They must light the path to recovery. Or, as President Erdogan said in his address just now, the real struggle starts now, and we are all part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary General. And now let me invite the following speakers to the table. El Mustafa Ben Lamlich, UN Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator in Syria. Luisa Winton, representative of the UNDP in Turkey, Humberto Lopez, World Bank Country Director for Turkey, and Kutluhan Tashkin, Vice President of Strategy and Budget in Turkey. I want to start by giving the floor to El Mustafa Ben Lamlich. Mr. Ben Lamlich, let me invite you to make your remarks.
Now it's on. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, bonsoir and assalamu alaikum. The earthquake has been for Syrian people akin to the effect of COVID-19 infecting a sick body, weakened by 12 years of crisis. Its impact is devastating. This time, it's not war. It is the very earth Syrians believed it was reliable until it shook. This is a crisis on top of a crisis and a terrible shock for Syrians. Since the 6th of February, 500,000 people have been displaced and thousands more lost access to basic services and livelihood. Collective shelters, camps, and informal settlements are overcrowded. Violence, abuse, and mental health are on the rise. Hygiene is disastrous, and cholera lurks around the corner. As USG Achim Steiner just said, before this earthquake, 15.3 million people, that is 70% of the population of Syria, needed assistance. 4.1 million were already living under extreme or catastrophic humanitarian conditions. Add to this the terrible earthquake. The human reality in Syria is grim. Dina is a young teacher, mother of 4, and displaced for the third time in 12 years. I met her in a shelter in Aleppo. Her building collapsed. She now lives in the very same classroom where she used to teach. She lost everything. Fridge, TV furniture, everything. Her husband's small business is buried under the rubble. From a struggling middle class, the family is suddenly thrown into the humanitarian basket. She's scared to go to the bathroom at night. She says there is no light, no running water, no security. We have nothing left, she shouted. Thousands of men, women, and children and orphans, vulnerable people need shelter, food, medicine, blankets, toilets, water, electricity, sewage, education, health services, and protection. Above all, they need dignity, they need jobs, and a legitimate option in life. If left without options, people will seek alternatives elsewhere. The first week of response has uncovered deep vulnerabilities that need to be addressed if humanitarian efforts are to be effective. The absence of basic enabling systems, that is energy, water, sewage, and basic infrastructure, the absence is hindering humanitarian work. Business as usual will only lead to more people in need. Let us do it right this time. While life-saving and life sustenance are important, assistance must take people out of poverty, reduce vulnerabilities, and break the cycle of dependency on aid. Excellencies, the estimated needs are vast and vary between 7.9 billion by the World Bank assessment and 14.8 billion UN assessment. The preliminary UN estimates come from the Syria Earthquake Recovery Needs Assessment, or SERNA. The most badly hit sectors are housing, land, settlements, health and nutrition, education, and wash. 75% of the damage, if repaired now, immediately will restore services and allow people to live with some sense of dignity. The UN is already on the ground, and we are ready to scale our efforts to the needs. The next 24 months are crucial. We need both life sustenance and early recovery. These are two sides of the same coin. Life sustenance alone will only lead to an increase in the number of people in needs. Excellencies, millions of men, women, and children in Syria, in all of Syria, need our support. Let us focus on people, not on politics. We need your support. We need funds and we need access. Humanitarian assistance needs to flow without any hindrances. Without adequate resources and a proper approach, there could be more people requiring humanitarian assistance by the start of 2024. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be generous. Help the survivors recover their livelihoods so that they are able to put food on the table. Help them rebuild their lives. Young boys and girls must enjoy safety at home, education, health, protection, and a better future. If we do not act now, hundreds of thousands will be trapped into poverty, despair, and chaos. Let us make sure we put people first. Your presence today, large and today, is a proof that you care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Lamli. And now let's hear the presentation of the initial damage assessment in Turkey, which has been jointly prepared by the government of Turkey, the UNDP, and the World Bank, also with support from the European Commission. Let me now give the floor, one after the other, to Kutulan Tashkin, Vice President of the Presidency of Strategy and Budget of Turkey, Mrs. Luisa Vinton, representative of the UNDP in Turkey, and Humberto Lopez from the World Bank, who is the World Bank Country Director for Turkey. Please.
Distinguished guests, on behalf of my institution, I would like to welcome you to the earthquake donor session of Turkey. As you know, we experienced a series of devastating earthquakes with serious impacts. I would like to give you a clear picture about what happened. First of all, before addressing the most important issues, allow me to remind you about a few important points. Firstly, we have to conduct a rapid assessment of impacts and after offer a preliminary overview of post-earthquake needs across sectors with the aim of informing future reconstruction and recovery planning. Secondly, we provided the data as Turkish public institutions and private institutions, and we also checked and compiled the data as a strategy and budget organization of Turkish government. And after that, finally, we had a close collaboration between Turkish government, strategy and budget organization, World Bank, United Nations Development Program, and European Commission. We have limited time, and the data collection and quality check is still in progress, but we are calculating the damage losses and the needs still, and the data are informative and still in progress. Especially the needs within sectors and across sectors are still being developed. Turning back to the disaster, there were two most devastating earthquakes in Turkey on 6th February in Kahramanmaraş. There were two consecutive earthquakes, and the third one in Hatay on 20th of February worsened the impact of the disaster, and the thousands of aftershocks happened in 11 provinces. The total area affected is 110,000 square kilometers. And when we look at the human and physical impacts, more than 50 million people directly affected, and 1.7 million of these people are Syrians, which are under temporary protection of our government. And the total population affected with this disaster is 60.4% of our total population, and almost unfortunately 50,000 casualties we have, and more than 115 people injured, also 2 million people sheltered in temporary temporary house, and also 3.3 million people displaced within and from the region to the other provinces. There were also physical impacts, more than 270,000 buildings and almost 650,000 housing units, 940 school, 42 hospital buildings, approximately 1,000 of drinking water kilometer of drinking water network, and almost 2,000 kilometer of sewage network damaged, and also almost 150 kilometer of roads and 14 irrigation dams and ponds are harmed. These following slides show the damage of roads and railways. The damage was very harmful, and our government reflected urgently to the disaster, but the affected area was too expensive to manage the rescue. So the international community reflected very strong and showed a great solidarity with our government. With this opportunity, I would like to thank the research and rescue personnel from a total of 90 countries with more than 11,000 personnel. And now more than 220,000 personnel are still on site and working for the rescue works. And we have calculated the total cost of the disaster as $103.6 billion. This total costs mainly regarded by the social cost. The 80% of is on the social side, in line with housing mostly, and health and education. The $1.5 billion of this cost is for recovery and reconstruction side, and the remaining 22.1 billion is loss cost, including the loss of the GDP. And the total cost refers to approximately 9% of our GDP in 2023 estimates of our country. Now I'm stopping my presentation, and the World Bank is now going to provide their macroeconomic assessment, which is in line with our evaluation as well. And after that, the UNDP will present its recovery vision in line with our government's vision as well. And I would like to express my gratitude and thank you for your participation and for your empathy.
Thank you, Kulduhan Bey. Thank you very much. Just three brief reactions on my side. Three brief reactions on my side. The first one is that even though this document is a preliminary document and the results will be refined as new data become available, we are quite confident in the picture that is emerging. 3 weeks ago, the World Bank issued a report estimating the direct damages at more than 4% of GDP and indicating that recovery and reconstruction costs would be at least twice as large. And this is what the report is finding, recovery and reconstruction costs that are around 10% of GDP. So no matter how you measure the impact of the earthquakes, and there are many ways to measure, what we are seeing is a disaster that was really big. The second point I would like to mention is on the growth side, and here the picture is a little bit more nuanced because disruptions to economic activity will negatively affect growth, but at the same time, this will be offset to a large extent by reconstruction efforts. Indeed, at the World Bank, what we are estimating is that 2023 growth needs to be adjusted down by 0.5% of GDP, by 0.5% growth. However, we need to recognize that in the affected areas, the earthquake made that many firms are now wiped out. Many others are suffering liquidity constraints. A bunch of firms are affected by damage to infrastructure, and many others do not find workers because of the large number of displaced people. And in fact, as Kuduhan was mentioning before, there are more than 3 million people that have left the area. So unless we want the displacement to be permanent, the recovery phase will need to face needs on several areas. Rebuilding infrastructure, and there is quite a lot of infrastructure to be rebuilt. The human dimension of the crisis, because we need to pay attention to the people that have lost, in many cases, everything. And finally, economic reactivation of the area, because people will get back if they have houses, if they have jobs, if they have access to water, schools, etc., etc. And finally, there is no doubt that recovery and reconstruction efforts will affect the macro framework. But at the same time, the macro framework will also affect the recovery and reconstruction. And here, I think that is also important to emphasize that we need to be close to Turkey in this particular area. Once again, 3 quick reflections. First, export disruptions related to the area and additional imports for the reconstruction will add to the trade balance deficit, and this clearly is an issue. So the recovery and reconstruction phase can also be seen as an opportunity to enhance competitiveness, to build back better, but not only from an earthquake point of view, but also from an economic point of view. On the fiscal side, the deficit will increase due to the additional spending. But I think that we have to recognize that Turkey has enough fiscal space. And indeed, with public debt at the end of 2022 at 31% of GDP, I think that the country is well positioned to face this phase. Now, I think that all partners, we need to work together to avoid bottlenecks in the implementation of projects, and whether these are financed with domestic or foreign resources so that there can be a fast and quick recovery. And finally, inflationary pressures will need to be addressed to facilitate the recovery. With this, once again, to the Turkish authorities and to UNDP, and Luisa.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the government of Turkey for the trust shown in asking UNDP, and I have to emphasize here UNDP and the entire UN system for support in preparing this preliminary assessment, not just in assessing the financial impact of the disaster, which, as you've seen, is a very, very big number, however it's measured. And I think we would very much echo Umberto and the World Bank in attesting to the accuracy of this 100 billion or more figure of the financial impact of the disaster, but also in requesting our support in outlining the principles and priorities that should constitute a recovery vision for the country after the earthquake. And then also to thank my colleagues here and the institutions they represent for the excellent cooperation we enjoyed in looking at the data, in doing the assessment, and also in agreeing on the vision going forward. I'll be very brief here. Oh, I should go forward. Oh, no, sorry. There. I'll be very brief here, but I would really recommend looking at the report, which is available online now, the Turkey Earthquakes Recovery and Reconstruction Assessment. I wanted to say a few words here just about that recovery vision. So we agreed very readily with our counterparts on 5 principles that should underlie any recovery and reconstruction. So looking beyond the emergency response, which is very much still underway, very much still in need of financial support, but then the more, I think, daunting tasks of rebuilding everything that has been destroyed. And so I will reflect here on the principles and the priorities together. There is another slide here, but you can see it in the report. The first principle, and I think it's been mentioned already by Umberto, is the idea of building back better. And this is for resilient structures, institutions, and communities. It's not just about ensuring that everything that is built or rebuilt after the disaster is earthquake resistant. You know, the hundreds of thousands of housing units that the president mentioned, the hospitals and the schools. It's also about assessing that other parts of the country where there is high seismic risk are reassessed to look at their underlying resilience and addressing problems there. But it applies more broadly, including business and the broader economy. And here the challenge is, as Umberto said, the exodus of the workforce from the affected region and ensuring that there are plenty of incentives to encourage people to come back in the form of decent jobs, in the form of higher skilled work, in the form of businesses that can use this opportunity to build back better with digitalization, with modernization, with smart agriculture. Better. And there is probably also a need for a shared vision of the revival of this specific region. Because as we've heard, the economy as a whole will not have a big impact, but the regional impact is dire indeed. The second principle is disaster risk reduction, with a focus on education, ensuring that people understand the risks of disaster, but also infusing disaster risk reduction into all policies and practices. And here we would very much put the emphasis on prevention of disasters, as well as learning lessons from the emergency response here, and incorporating also the many other risks, unfortunately, that the world is facing, and that Turkey is also highly at risk to climate-driven disasters, as we saw before the earthquakes, so that this is an opportunity for addressing policies and also the education of young people on disaster risk reduction and prevention going forward. The third principle is accountable decisions made with the participation of those affected. And here, this is agreed to be particularly important looking ahead at the fate of places like Antakya and Hatay, where really the degree of damage and destruction is so extreme that most people have left, and there's a question of what to rebuild and where in this ancient city with so much cultural heritage and so many intertwining traditions. So here we would also point to the importance of rebuilding cultural heritage. This is about reinfusing life into the tourism sector, but also about people's identity, about their lives going forward, and about recreating a spirit of community that can only help in rebuilding those communities physically as well as emotionally. The fourth principle, it's very close to the hearts of all UN people and the Sustainable Development Goals, the idea of leaving no one behind. And we see here, both in the short-term emergency needs, but also in the long-term reconstruction, the importance of expanding public services, also care services, for those who are least able to articulate their needs and who are most likely to be left behind. So in this case, persons with disability, the elderly, also refugees, anyone at risk of marginalization. And this applies as much to the places where people have taken refuge, as in some places like in Quieres, we already have a 50% population of refugees over and generate. So both affected areas and the places where this 3 million or so people have taken refuge need to have support in providing those essential public services, especially to those who are at risk of being left behind. And then finally, the fifth and last principle, employing green and nature-friendly solutions wherever possible in reconstruction. So one big area is going to be in debris management. This is an unprecedented disaster with an unprecedented amount of rubble generated, up to 100 million cubic meters. And most of this can be recycled and used as a raw material in construction, but we need to avoid the risk that it is dumped into nature-protected areas or in inaccessible landfills. But it's also an opportunity to look ahead to ideas like net zero houses, greater use of renewables as an energy source, in improved waste management and recycling, and even in the idea of building a green belt along the fault lines as a way of ensuring that those are respected in the future. So these are the principles, the priorities. These are also reflected in the report and the emergency response, and are very much dedicated to supporting the government in the impact has been seen is huge from the assessment. The reconstruction will be costly. So we really do appeal for the largest generosity and international solidarity to give Turkey a fair chance to rebuild and reconstruct in line with the notable principles that have been agreed in the assessment report. So thank you very much. Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all our speakers for these presentations that have clearly made the need for the pledges to come at a high level. We see that the scale of the challenge is unprecedented, and I do hope that in the next session, which is to be chaired by Minister Forcell, you will be coming forward with substantial pledges that are proportionate to the damage. So without further ado, I hand over to Minister Forssell, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be opening the pledging session. And together with the Commissioner, I will now guide you through the next hour and a half to listen to the pledges made by you. And we are already running a little bit behind schedule. So considering the large number of pledges expected, I urge you to please limit your intervention to 2 minutes so that all of you will get the chance to present your pledge. But first, I would like to invite Minister Çavuşoğlu to make an introductory statement. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chairs. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Let me thank first President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, for convening this conference. Let me also thank my dear friends, Commissioner Oliver Vaheli and Minister Forssell for their tremendous efforts to prepare this conference. We are all grateful to all participants for joining us today. Dear friends, unprecedented emergencies require massive response and collective support. From the first hour of the earthquake, we saw the best of humanity. Many of you visited the region, including Minister Forssell and Oliver Vaheli. You witnessed not only the destruction, but also the resilience of our people. Turkish people and NGOs mobilized immediately to help the efforts of the government agencies. We saw the immense solidarity and generosity of the international community. Rescue teams from all over the world put themselves at risk to rescue our citizens. We are grateful. We will never forget the helping hands of our friends. Now we move from the humanitarian response to recovery and reconstruction phases. Increasing the resilience to disaster is just one goal, but we will do more than that. We will build back better, smarter, greener, and safer. We will improve housing and infrastructure and economic conditions. We will create livelihoods with a socially and environmentally sustainable approach. In short, we will leave no one behind. Meeting the needs of those in vulnerable situations, women, children, and persons with disabilities, and the elderly will be a priority for all of us. The earthquakes hit $1.7 million Syrian refugees and migrants living in our 11 provinces. They will also benefit from these efforts in an inclusive manner. The cultural and natural heritage will be restored and protected. Climate change adoption will be a key component of our recovery and reconstruction phases. There will be more public and green spaces. Special attention will be paid to air quality and waste management. We will use new technologies to reduce the global emissions from construction. Disaster risk reduction will be a key consideration in urban planning.
Today, we express our solidarity with the affected people in Turkey and Syria. The levels of the tragedy that the earthquake has caused is devastating. Personally, I experienced the heartbreaking situation during my visit to the Hatay province in Turkey earlier this month. During my visit, one man told me, "The ground under us took my family." A traumatic situation he shares, unfortunately, with thousands of other people. Immediately following the earthquakes, Denmark mobilized assistance to the affected areas. When in Turkey, I pledged further support that brought the total Danish assistance up to 9.5 million euro. Today, I'm happy to be able to announce an additional 6.4 million euro to scale up the humanitarian assistance in the affected areas in Syria. This brings the total Danish contribution up to more than 25 million euro. Assistance has both been provided as technical support, container homes, as well as support to humanitarian partners in delivering assistance and protection. In my closing remarks, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the victims and their relatives and pay tribute to all responders delivering assistance to those most in need, even when under very difficult circumstances. Thank you.
So I will now invite Hungary to take the floor. Minister Szijjártó, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister. Dear Commissioner, I'd like to highlight again how much concerned we were a couple weeks ago as we had been following the developments in Turkey, in our brotherly partner. We have mobilized immediately our rescue teams, so altogether 167 rescue and research staff has been deployed to Turkey together with 29 dogs, and we were able to save lives of 35 Turkish citizens. Last week, we have delivered 120 tons of medical and hospital equipment, because we understand that after such tragedies, the demand and the pressure on the healthcare sector is increasing. Therefore, we do hope that all the applications and equipments and the medicines we have delivered to Turkey are contributing to the maintenance of the operation of your healthcare sector. Here, I'd like to make 3 announcements. First, that we have decided to the necessary financial resources. The Syrian Orthodox Church, named after St. Peter and St. Paul in Adıyaman, given the fact that this is the only church in the Patriarchate of Adıyaman, leader of which is Ignatius Ephraim II, who is the patriarch of the Antiochian Syrian Orthodox Church. Second, we have allocated the necessary amount of money to center in Osmaniye. This cultural center hosts the standing exhibition commemorating one of the greatest Hungarian composers. Second, we are ready to take part in a reconstruction of a hospital which has been ruined during the earthquake. Here we expect the Turkish authorities to let us know which hospital should be reconstructed. And I understand that here we make pledges to Turkey, but dear Minister and dear Commissioner, I just would like to highlight that we have also allocated $1 million to support the programs of three Antiochian churches in Syria, the Syrian Orthodox, the Melkite Greek Catholic, and the Greek Orthodox Church. Programs of these churches contribute to put together aid to those people who have been hit by the earthquake and became homeless. So in order to stabilize situation there as well, we contribute $1 million there. So my dear brother, dear Mevlut, we expect the success of the reconstruction works to be completed by President Erdogan. We wish you all the best with these tremendous efforts which we understand will be very demanding. But since we know your president, since we know his commitment, since we know him being so determined, we are pretty sure that reconstruction will also be successful. And based on these pledges, we hope we can contribute to the success of the reconstruction efforts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Minister of State is yours.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, on behalf of the German federal government, I would like to extend our heartfelt condolences to the people in Turkey and Syria for the tragic loss of life caused by this devastating earthquake. Our thoughts are with the people affected, their families and friends. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to all aid workers who, under very difficult circumstances, were swiftly rushing to provide life-saving assistance. And we are glad that Germany could be of immediate assistance with 3 rescue teams and further support. Up until today, the German government has committed a total of 108 million euro in disaster relief assistance and humanitarian assistance for the earthquake response. And dear Mevlut, please let me assure you, Germany will continue to stand million euros for humanitarian development and stabilization measures in Turkey and in Syria in response to the earthquakes, thereby more than doubling our support to a total of 238 million euros. Our funding primarily goes through the UN-led system, including international organizations and NGOs, as well as national implementing organizations and the Red Crescent movement. With the signal, dear friends, of our strong solidarity, we hope to help our Turkish friends and partners and pave the way for reconstruction of the affected areas. And I would like to underline that we very much appreciate the generosity shown by Turkish people with Syrian refugees in these times and shared hardship. In Syria, we will provide further assistance to the population in the affected areas and expand our early recovery engagement along our political red lines. At the same time, we will continue our efforts towards a political solution in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I'll give the floor to Ireland. Minister Burke, the floor is yours.
Commissioner Verhey, Minister Forsell, Minister Shavasholo, colleagues, Ahanar Cara a Gruton, an Irish proverb has it, hard times reveal true friends. The people of Turkey and Syria have suffered unimaginable hardship, which demand of us, your friends, an unprecedented response. Minister Çavuşoğlu, in the wake of this devastating earthquakes 6 weeks ago, public donations inundated your embassy in Dublin. Your ambassador has personally coordinated the delivery of 100 tons of aid volunteered by the Irish people. As a state, we have also stepped up. Ireland is providing 10 million in direct humanitarian assistance to support those affected by the earthquakes, comprising of €3.5 million in grants for humanitarian assistance and early recovery for people in Turkey, and 6.5 million for those in Syria. This includes 235 tons of essential supplies to affected communities in both countries, Ireland's largest ever stock deployment. My friends, this disaster has compounded the suffering of the people of Syria. Ravaged by war for the last 12 years, they are ill-equipped to respond to a crisis of this scale. In that context, humanitarian access to Syria is of the utmost importance. As a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, Ireland worked tirelessly to ensure the continuation of life-saving cross-border humanitarian aid deliveries into northwest Syria. The UN brokered a deal to allow for the use of additional border crossings in the aftermath of the earthquake is welcome and essential. It is vital that all relevant border crossings remain open for as long as necessary to allow delivery of humanitarian aid. Alongside our earthquake assistance, Ireland will also continue our steadfast support for the Syrian crisis response. Since the conflict began, we've provided almost €220 million in direct humanitarian assistance, our largest response to a single humanitarian crisis. In 2022 alone, we allocated €24 million to support those affected by the war in Syria and neighbouring countries, including Turkey, commitment we will sustain this year. Friends, today's conference is an important demonstration of the bonds that bind the European community and Turkey. I am extremely grateful to Minister Çavuşoğlu for his participation. Minister, over the past weeks, we have marvelled at the resilience of the Turkish people, as the heroic efforts of your search and rescue teams, at the determination of families and communities to endure. I know the road to recovery is not an easy one, but I assure you, Minister, of the continued solidarity of the people and government of Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now give the floor to Greece. Minister Dendias, the floor is yours.
Mr. Dendias already left. Yeah. My dear colleague, Minister Diaz already left because it was an emergency in Greece, and I'm here as a Minister for Climate Change and Civil Protection, former European Commissioner Christos Stylianidis. So, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, my dear friend, dear Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, first of all, let me express my sincere condolences to the families of the victims of this catastrophic earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Our thoughts are with all the survivors and all those affected by this unimaginable tragedy. Greece and Greek people stands by these people at this time of need. In circumstances like this, solidarity, not only in words, but above all in deeds, is the only response civilized nations can resort to, no matter the difference or the existing tensions. In the immediate aftermath of the devastating earthquake,
Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis immediately called President Erdogan and gave clear instructions to my colleague, Foreign Minister Nikon Dendias, and myself to do whatever possible to address the needs of the people affected, and we did. Specifically, in the first hour after the earthquake, Greece mobilized and sent to area our special search and rescue teams. Our teams worked tirelessly on the ground under extremely difficult conditions to gather their Turkish colleagues, and they saved lives. At the same time, we mobilized humanitarian assistance both for Turkey and Syria. It was really targeted humanitarian aid to address the immediate needs of the victims sent through the European Civil Protection Mechanisms, especially material to build mobile hospitals. In addition, Foreign Minister Dendias and myself visited the affected areas in Turkey immediately after the earthquake, expressing in concrete terms the Greek people's and the Greek government's solidarity to all those affected. We stood in solidarity with Turkish and Syrian people impacted by the catastrophic earthquakes. I really, and my dear friend Mevlut Çavuşoğlu knows, personally accompany part of the humanitarian relief sent to Turkey in the first night around 4 o'clock. I strongly believe that this is a testimony of the overwhelming sympathy shared by all Greeks towards the Turkish and Syrian people. After all, the magnitude of this catastrophe happened in our immediate neighborhood. Apart from the immense human cost, the massive earthquake caused an unprecedented level of destruction in infrastructure. And the overall cost of the damage is yet to be fully estimated. Greece will spare no effort, both bilaterally and together with our EU partners, in assisting both countries to overcome the monumental challenges ahead. We will continue to be present on the ground for both Turkey and Syria. We will do so by responding to the formally submitted requests through the European Civil Protection Mechanism, as well as bilaterally. In the face of such challenges, there is only one way through: to stand together for the people in Turkey and Syria. To this end, I would like to announce Greece's pledge of €5 million in addition to what in humanitarian assistance and beyond initially. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I now give the floor to Italy. PSC Ambassador, the floor is yours. Do we have Italy in the room? Okay, we'll continue with Cyprus. I now give the floor to Minister Kombos. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, I want to reiterate our deepest condolences to both the Syrian and the Turkish people for the devastation suffered and the tragic loss of life. We express our full solidarity. Cyprus was not left untouched by this tragedy, as several of our Turkish Cypriot compatriots were among the casualties while visiting Turkey. Cyprus reacted immediately to address specific needs caused by the catastrophic earthquakes. A humanitarian tragedy of this magnitude makes it incumbent upon us to tangibly demonstrate our solidarity. We therefore welcome today's conference and fully support its objectives. In this spirit, I pledge on behalf of my government the total sum of 500,000 euros for the humanitarian needs of the people affected in the two countries. 250,000 euros for the people of Syria, which will be channeled through UNHCR, and the same amount for the people of Turkey to be channeled through UNICEF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I now give the floor to Latvia. Minister Rinkevic, the floor is yours. Do we have Latvia in the room? Okay, we'll continue with Luxembourg. Minister Feot, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing my deepest and heartfelt condolences to the people affected by the catastrophic earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. As this disaster left millions in dire need, I am honored to participate in this conference joint efforts in supporting the populations living in the devastated region. As a long-standing partner of the international humanitarian ecosystem, Luxembourg did, of course, not hesitate to be part of the collective efforts of the international community to promptly provide assistance to the affected populations. I am satisfied to say that within hours of the disaster, Luxembourg activated its crisis response capacities in close coordination with the International Humanitarian Partnership. By deploying our emergency.lu satellite telecommunications platform and the first team of ICT and logistics experts, Luxembourg was among the first international responders to arrive in the crisis-affected area. In addition, we rapidly allocated financial humanitarian contributions of close to €1 million, benefiting the affected communities in both Turkey and Syria. We also provided in-kind contributions such as medical equipment, generators, and winterization kits to Turkey. Luxembourg is now still active in the region and continues its humanitarian assistance and early recovery support in a flexible and sustainable manner. Luxembourg also welcomes the opening of additional border crossings, as safeguarding humanitarian access to affected populations is crucial and should therefore be maintained as long as necessary. Let me conclude by saying that I am honored to pledge hereby an additional amount of €500,000 to the Syria Cross-Border Fund, thus bringing Luxembourg's total contribution to €2.6 million in support of delivering humanitarian assistance in Turkey and Syria. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. I now give the floor to Malta. Minister Borg, the floor is yours.
Commissioner Varhelyi, Minister Forsell, Minister Çavuşoğlu, Excellencies, I would like to begin by thanking the European Commission and the Swedish Presidency for jointly organizing this donors conference, and I apologize my minister could not be here just now. We meet today more than a month after the first series of earthquakes that devastated Turkey and Syria. The loss of life and destruction across both countries is horrific. Malta again wishes to express its heartfelt condolences to the bereaved and their families, while expressing its solidarity with all those whose lives have been impacted. I also want to commend the dedication of all rescue workers and medical practitioners involved in the recovery efforts. Amidst this tragedy, a ray of hope has emerged. That is the swift and significant mobilization of the international community coming together to assist those in need. I am proud to note that immediately we deployed a search and rescue team within hours and provided both technical and in-kind assistance in the aftermath of the earthquake, contributions to assist the government and humanitarian partners in Syria. We welcome the ongoing support provided by our fellow member states, the EU institutions, partners in the United Nations, and the international community at large. Our support does not end here. Today, the government of Malta has decided to dedicate an additional part of its annual humanitarian budget to address the needs of Turkey and of the Syrian people. Excellencies, the outcome of this conference will have a tangible impact on the future of countless individuals. Our collective response must remain coordinated, and the momentum we have seen so far must be sustained in support of the early recovery and relief in the affected areas of Turkey and Syria. Thank you.
Thank you, Malta. I now give the floor to Italy. Minister Tajani, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Minister Forssell, dear Commissioner Várhelyi, dear ministers. And of course, I'm pronouncing what the minister would like to pronounce. He was unfortunately last minute, impossible to come here. But over a month after the devastating earthquake in southern Turkey and northern Syria, the humanitarian situation on the ground remains catastrophic. Now more than ever, the international community must together to bring aid to the most vulnerable. Italy, together with its EU and international partners, immediately sent personnel and material to the worst hit areas to assist rescue operations. We contributed to humanitarian activities in both countries through the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, 1 million for Turkey, 750,000 euro for Syria, and supported the response of the Syrian Arab Red Crescent for 1 million euro and of our civil society organizations in Syria. Our flexible funding to the United Nations Central Emergency Response Fund and to the Women's Peace and the Humanitarian Fund has also contributed to alleviating the suffering of most fragile groups. As the first emergency phase ends, we must keep our attention and support high. Today's conference is an opportunity to send the message to the people of Turkey and Syria that Europe will continue to stand by you. Italy is ready to do its part, and I'm pleased to announce that we will allocate additional 17 million euros to the humanitarian response. Out of them, 13 million will be for humanitarian activities in Syria and the other 4 million for Turkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. I now give the floor to Netherlands. Minister Hoekstra, the floor is yours.
Dear Commissioner Várhelyi, dear Minister Forssell, dear Minister Çavuşoğlu, I apologize for Minister Hoekstra not being able to attend last minute. I am replacing him and Minister Liesje Schleinermacher. Thank you for convening this conference. It's important that we get together to see what we can do to alleviate the suffering of those who have lost their loved ones, their homes, their entire neighborhoods, and to explore what we can do next. Following the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, the Netherlands has immediately launched its humanitarian response. We have deployed an urban search and rescue team to Turkey, as well as the C-130 aircraft for medical evacuations. I can announce today that the Netherlands will make available 49.7 million euros for the humanitarian response in Turkey and Syria, amongst others through the UN and Dutch Relief Alliance. A large portion of this is intended for the humanitarian response in Syria, where years of crisis have led to soaring needs. Additionally, a public fundraising effort by Dutch humanitarian organizations has brought together over 100 million euros for Turkey and for Syria. As far as Turkey is concerned, I would like to underline that the Netherlands stands together with the Turkish government and its people in addressing this disaster. The victims, their families, and the many injured can count on our support. Now is the time, after our immediate emergency response, to see what are the next steps we can take to rebuild what was lost and to support all those who live in the affected areas in Turkey, including displaced persons and refugees, as well as the Turkish communities who have hosted them so generously over the past decades. The Netherlands is therefore reserving 10 million euros, in addition to the 49.7 I just mentioned, for the World Bank's Global Concessional Financing Facility to support the reconstruction efforts in the Turkish areas hosting large numbers of Syrian refugees. Should this facility become available? I hope so. Regarding Syria, the Syrian people need our help more than ever. And here I think 3 points are of the essence. First of all, full and unhindered humanitarian access is vital. Secondly, if the earthquake has made one thing clear, it is that progress is needed on the political process now. And finally, cooperation and coordination between donors will help us to generously support the Syrian people while standing firm against the regime that seeks to instrumentalize the earthquakes for its own gain. In this regard, the Netherlands looks forward to the 7th Brussels Conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region, which will take place in June. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Netherlands. I will now invite Romania to take the floor. Minister Aurescu, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, Romania stands heart by heart with the people of Turkey and Syria severely affected by this catastrophe. I commend the efforts of the Commission and of the Swedish Presidency in organizing today's event in such a short time. It is a highly important manifestation of our solidarity with the people of Turkey and Syria. Since the very onset of the crisis, Romania has been resolutely engaged in the efforts to support a rapid response on the ground. Through our Emergency Situations Department, Romania was the first EU country to have provided relief aid to people from all areas. We promptly responded to Turkey's call for international assistance, being the first country to arrive in the devastated areas with rescue and medical teams, as well as emergency materials from the Romanian government strategic reserve. We also delivered much-needed life-saving in-kind assistance to Syria, over 43 tons of products of first necessity and over 10 tons of medicine and medical equipment. Additional humanitarian aid for Syria will follow. Romania and Turkey share a long-standing relation, a consistent dialogue and solid cooperation in a wide range of sectoral domains in the framework of a strategic partnership. Our cooperation will be further strengthened soon by the establishment of a high-level Strategic Cooperation Council at the level of the two governments. Stabilization of Syria remains crucial to the security of the region. The devastating effects of the earthquakes have significantly worsened the already dire humanitarian situation of thousands of Syrian civilians. There is now a growing need not only to increase efforts for humanitarian support and peace, but also for finding a sustainable political solution to the Syrian crisis, building on relevant UN efforts and initiatives. In this context, I would like to express Romania's active support for the UN Special Representative's efforts and for the advancement of his step-for-step initiative. Today, we are joining pledges with a new package of assistance totaling 1.3 million euros. Within this amount, our contribution includes humanitarian assistance totaling 600,000 euros, divided equally for the benefit of people in both Turkey and Syria. Additional 700,000 euros will be granted for early recovery efforts in Turkey. We are committed to continue responding to the destruction in close coordination with the Turkish authorities and the humanitarian partners operating in both countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now invite Slovenia to take the floor. Minister Fajon, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I commend and thank the Swedish Presidency of the EU Council and the European Commission for organizing today's International Donors Conference to support the people in Turkey and Syria after the devastating earthquake that struck both countries last month. I renew my deep condolences to Turkey and the people of Syria for the loss of lives and express my sympathy to all those who suffered consequences of this horrible tragedy. I would like to commend DG ECHO for its rapid response and smooth coordination of the humanitarian aid and activities on the ground in the framework of action. Slovenia firmly believes in the principle of international solidarity. I am proud that we have been able to respond immediately after the earthquake. The Slovenian government has provided for 1.30 million euro financial and in-kind assistance and immediately deployed our rescue teams to affected areas. Slovenian people, associations and companies collected significant additional aid. We are aware of the immense needs of the people in Syria and Turkey, and with this in mind, I pledge, on behalf of the government of Slovenia, additional €500,000 through UNICEF for Turkey and through Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund and ITF Enhancing Human Security for Syria. I'm proud that, together with this latest pledge, our aid to Syria and Turkey represents the highest ever humanitarian response to a natural disaster in the history of the Slovenian humanitarian aid. Let me conclude with a promise that our solidarity will continue also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will now invite Finland to take the floor. Minister Haavisto, the floor is yours.
Commissioner Varhelyi, Minister Forssell, Minister Çavuşoğlu, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our hosts, European Commission and Sweden, for bringing us together today. I would like to express my sincerest condolences and deepest sympathy to all of those affected by the devastating earthquakes. I was visiting the earthquake area, Kahramanmaraş, last Thursday. I met the victims, but I also met the hope. More than 100 countries have been offering their help, and I could see how rapidly the temporary houses are now rising and the construction has started. The view was promising. I would like to commend all local, national and international search and rescue workers, various specialist teams and organizations for their rapid response to the catastrophe. Over 1.5 months later, plenty of work remains to be done. The work of search and rescue workers may be over, but the humanitarian needs remain huge and the reconstruction work lies ahead, paving way to normalcy and return of investments. Finland supports Turkey actively through multilateral cooperation, for example, through the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We encourage other international financing institutions and local partners to provide further support in order to assist the communities affected by the disastrous earthquake. It's important to support everyone who has suffered from the earthquakes, whether in Turkey or in Syrian regime-controlled areas or opposition-held areas in Syria. Today, by announcing our additional support of €12 million, we are trying to ensure that our support reaches all of these people. In addition to pledging for IFRC in Turkey, Finland will also channel funds into the Syria Cross-Border Humanitarian Fund. Especially for this assistance, I urge everyone to ensure that assistance across the border remains a possibility. Lastly, we must seek to reduce existing and also unintended barriers for aid so that aid truly reaches those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Spain to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Commissioner Varhelyi, Minister Çavuşoğlu, Minister Forssell. Faced with this humanitarian catastrophe, the Spanish people want to show their solidarity and empathy with the peoples of Turkey and Syria. The needs and suffering are enormous. I had the opportunity to see it myself. Yet again, we must show that we live up to our humanitarian commitment. Spain has certainly done so, responding to meet the needs of the people of Turkey and Syria. We have contributed to the response to the damage caused by the earthquake in both countries in several ways. First, we sent rescue teams, 2 rescue teams, and our Navy also participated with 2 ships in the area. Second, we responded to the Red Cross, Red Crescent appeals to Syria and Turkey, dividing the contribution in half between both countries. Third, we sent shelter material to Turkey, 15,000 blankets, 2,000 sleeping bags. Fourth, we have mobilized our NGO partners to provide humanitarian assistance in both Turkey and Syria, and other NGOs have shown interest in stepping in this new phase of the response. And fifth, perhaps the most symbolic, we have deployed our Start Field Hospital in Iskenderun, Hatay province. This is our emergency medical team with level 2 accreditation as surgical care capacity. It's an initiative under Team Europe of which all Europeans can be proud. Our hospital was one of the first ones to deploy and only closed down last Friday, having attended 7,387 patients and having delivered 10 babies. The first one of them called Wafa, or Valentina, by our team because she was born on Valentine's Day. Tribute goes to the 175 volunteers from Spain that have been there in Turkey for 45 days and nights and have been an example of solidarity. Spain has also not forgotten the Syrian people that are suffering a 12-year-long conflict, an unfair conflict, and that have now been hit by an earthquake. We supported the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent and our NGOs with actions focused on water, sanitation, shelter, health and food security in the provinces of Aleppo, Hama, and Latakia. The Syrian regional crisis is and will continue to be a priority context for humanitarian action and will be here again in the conference in June. And now the announcement for all of these. I'm pleased to announce a total commitment of 4.4 million of humanitarian aid financing that will be distributed between 2 affected peoples. That is 2.2 million for Turkey and 2.2 million for the Syrian people. We'd like to emphasize that this is based on extra, fresh resources and is not coming for the text to which we are firmly committed. I'm also pleased to announce that Spain is making available up to 50 million of soft loans to Turkey for the reconstruction effort, and this will be coordinated closely with our multilateral colleagues, World Bank, UNDP. I had the opportunity to visit our team on the ground, and I saw devastation and suffering, but I also saw hope and solidarity, and that's what we are here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I now give the floor to Bulgaria. Deputy Minister Petrova, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank Minister Cavusoglu, thanks to the Commissioner Borrelli and Minister Forsell for organizing this conference in a very busy Brussels schedule, but I'm happy to be here. It was important for Bulgaria to be here because for us, Turkey is not just a country in need, it's a neighbor, brother that we highly value. And Syria is a country that's always been a priority in our humanitarian effort and continues to be one. For us, neighbors are often closer than family, and we consider Turkey this way. It was important to have support for Turkey in the very early hours after the earthquake, and that was something that I can confirm that was taken as a personal conviction at the highest level. I remember our president calling and wanting for us to make sure that we are amongst the first ones to help and to provide the search and rescue teams. Since then, Bulgaria provided 1.7 million level in the beginning of the efforts after the earthquake. But what was important to see is that this was something that wasn't an effort just at the governmental level. It was an effort that was taken up by people. We've seen initiatives, self-organized initiatives by various people, including most recently by Council of Students that organized in-kind contributions, and was something that really was escalated through social media and all other terms. The people are heavily engaged in wanting to support Turkey and all people that were affected there. One thing that I would raise here is about looking ahead. What do we do now in the beginning of the days after the earthquake is in both Turkey and Syria is important, but how are we thinking about the reconstruction is equally important. And here I would echo the points that were made earlier by UNDP about building back smarter, not just better. And how can this happen for us, although we are not the biggest donor and will probably not be, but certainly will be a country that will be heavily engaged and always provide a supporting hand to both Turkey and Syria in finding the best ways for reconstruction and recovery and as a consequence of the earthquake. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. So in order to save time now, we ask for the remaining national statements to be delivered from your seats in the hall. In that way, hopefully everyone will be able to speak during the pledging conference. I now give the floor to Estonia. The floor.
Thank you. Esteemed co-hosts, excellencies, colleagues, please allow me to offer Estonia's deepest condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria following the devastating earthquakes. Our hearts are with the victims and their loved ones in this terrible tragedy. We fully support the objective of today's conference convened by the European Commission and Sweden. Estonia is doing its part to support the people of Turkey and Syria. Estonia's 35-member urban search and rescue team reached southern Turkey shortly after the earthquake to help with the urgent rescue operations, made possible with the funding in the amount of 600,000 euros. An Estonian ICT expert continues to provide assistance to UNDAC in Turkey in the framework of international humanitarian partnership. We recognize the destructive impact that the earthquake has had on the already vulnerable people in Syria. Estonia will provide 50,000 euros to the International Organization for Migration to deliver humanitarian assistance to the people in Syria. We underline the importance of safe and unimpeded humanitarian access in order to reach all those in need. Estonia continues to provide flexible funding to enable the UN system to reach out to urgent needs whenever they arise. We will continue to stand in solidarity with countries and people in need around the world. Let me assure you that we will also continue to explore further opportunities to assist the people in Turkey and Syria in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I will now give the floor to France.
Thank you very much. I will continue my remarks in French. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister, Commissioner. Thank you to the Swedish Presidency and to the Commission for having organized this conference. Given the immense suffering of the Syrian and Turkish people, we have a duty to express solidarity. France was present from the very first day after the earthquake. We were there to provide help and assistance. We provided humanitarian freight as well as funding for NGOs and UN bodies that were working in Syria. From the very beginning, people have said that we need to go further. We need to go further in the humanitarian aid in reconstruction, and France will, of course, meet that challenge and show the necessary solidarity for the Turkish and Syrian people. Over and above the humanitarian efforts already made, we can announce an additional pledge of 12 million euros over and above the 26 already spent. That's 38 million euros in total for emergency humanitarian relief for the Turkish and Syrian people. We will also be helping in the reconstruction efforts, rebuilding, to help the Turkish authorities via the French Development Agency, and that's 160 for the rebuilding efforts for Turkey. Turkey and Syria can continue to count on French support. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. I now give the floor to Croatia.
Thank you, Johan. Excellencies, the distinguished guests, colleagues, it's an honor to be here today representing the government of the Republic of Croatia as we jointly show our support for the people of Turkey and Syria in these difficult times. The Croatian government response to disaster in both countries was rapid, targeted, and focused on immediate needs. In total, our support to Turkey amounts to 5 million euros thus far. Croatian search and rescue team was deployed on the very day the disaster struck Turkey, and delivery of in-kind assistance followed soon afterwards. Today, I'm pleased to announce a new funding of 3.5 million euro for Turkey, which will be used for early recovery activities in education and other sectors in affected areas. On top of this, we will be sending housing containers as additional in-kind donation. Regarding Syria, we provided humanitarian assistance to the Syrian people impacted by the earthquake through the Croatian Red Cross and Croatian Caritas. Additional funding will be channeled through the International Committee of the Red Cross for humanitarian assistance to Syrians in need. We would also like to encourage stronger involvement of international and European financial institutions in the next phases of the rehabilitation and early recovery in Turkey, in line with the priorities set by the Turkish authorities. In closing, I'm confident that this event will galvanize international support and that Turkish and Syrian societies will be able to build back better and stronger and, as Bulgarian colleague said, smarter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Croatia. I now give the floor to Austria.
Distinguished Madam President of the European Commission, distinguished Commissioner, Honorable Prime Minister, dear colleagues. Let me first thank the Swedish Presidency and the European Commission for organizing this donors conference for the people of Turkey and Syria. We are deeply moved by the immeasurable suffering of the population in the affected areas of both countries devastated by the earthquakes of last month. Austria was quick to react. In February, after the first earthquake struck, 2 search and rescue teams comprising 82 members of the Austrian Armed Forces and 32 people from the federal state of Vorarlberg immediately left for Turkey in support of the search and rescue efforts. In the ensuing days, they were able to rescue and save numerous lives of earthquake victims. In addition, Austria contributed in kind, as well as 5 million euros for humanitarian assistance to the afflicted areas via the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies and the OCHA Syria Cross-Border Humanitarian Fund. Austria has a long-standing tradition of engaging in humanitarian aid and of providing assistance to the civilian population of countries affected by humanitarian crises. In keeping with that tradition, the Austrian government will provide a further 4 million euros of humanitarian relief for the affected people of Turkey and Syria. We also stand ready to support the reconstruction efforts in Turkey in the best possible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. I now give the floor to Poland.
Commissioner Varhelyi, Minister Çavuşoğlu, Minister Forshall, Poland was deeply moved by the scale of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria and responded quickly to help population in need. We are thankful to the EU for organizing this conference. It's important in terms of coordinating our further steps. According to the saying, friend in need is friend indeed. Poland was one of the first countries to send rescue teams to Turkey to support search and rescue operation after the devastating earthquake. In less than 24 hours, from the disaster, a team of over 80 personnel consisting largely of heavy urban search and rescue firefighters, members of the Polish Medical Emergency Detachment team, and 8 trained dogs landed in Turkey and commands the rescue mission. A military medical team of 50 people and a volunteer mining rescue team were also sent from Poland to assist a rescue operation. The Polish team managed to rescue from rubble dozen lives and help hundreds of people. Poland also delivered humanitarian aid in kind to the affected population of Turkey. We provided €9 million worth specialized aid of medical equipment, field beds, medicine, power generators, oil heaters, tents, and blankets. We believe that Turkey, which is our trusted friend and ally in NATO and a strategic partner in the field of security, economy, and migration, will come out of this situation even stronger. We are also finalizing transport of humanitarian aid to victims of earthquake in Syria. We are preparing over €3 million worth transport of medical equipment, medications, respirators, and blankets. Poland remains engaged towards effectively addressing the serious humanitarian and refugee crisis in the light of evolving needs. We believe that this strategy shows even more the need of a long-term political solution to the conflict in Syria. Any sustainable solution can be achieved only through a political process in line with the provisions of the UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and the 2012 Geneva Communique. We fully support the efforts of the Special UN Envoy Geir Pedersen and call for all parties to engage meaningfully in negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poland. I now give the floor to Slovakia.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Slovak government, I'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria. Slovakia, hours within the earthquake, sent search and rescue teams to the respected areas, together with firefighters, rescuers, and dogs. We've also sent material humanitarian aid to support the people affected by the earthquake. And we've also provided financial contributions to WHO, UNICEF, and local NGOs, providing emergency healthcare assistance. Slovakia will continue to show solidarity together with EU member states, and together with our new pledges, we've committed €300,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Slovakia. I am very impressed by the unity and commitment shown by the participants so far. The generosity expressed here today will make a real difference in answering the needs that we see. I will now hand over to my co-chair, Olivier Varhelyi, who will moderate the remainder of this pledging session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now turning to our international partners for their pledges. First, I want to call on UNHCR, Filippo Grandi, who I understand has some agenda constraints. So let's start with him. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just come back from a 5-day visit to the earthquake-affected people in areas in Syria and Turkey. I've really never seen such levels of destruction. As you probably have heard many times today, the entire city of Antakya and Hatay has been literally destroyed or severely damaged. And I really hope that at this conference, donors will show the same generosity as the Turkish people have shown for years towards millions of refugees. I would also like to recall an important point, that the authorities in Turkey have made no distinction between Turkish citizens or Syrian refugees, and all have been supported equally. For our part, we, UNHCR, has similarly been providing humanitarian assistance to all earthquake survivors in need without distinction. I also visited earthquake-affected people in Syria, including during a cross-border visit into the northwest. I was shocked by the level of desperation and deprivation by the Syrian people who are suffering the effects of the earthquake on top of 12 years of conflict, displacement and dispossession. We should do all that we can to provide humanitarian assistance and early recovery support to people in need wherever they are in Syria, especially the displaced and the returnees. But it is clear that much more is required to respond to the earthquake and the immense human suffering in both countries, and I appeal to the international community to be even more generous in responding to the needs. We, UNHCR, has issued an earthquake appeal for $201 million US, of which we have received about 88 million, 53 million for Turkey and 35 for Syria. The 88 million includes over 61 million pledges still in the pipeline. This represents 44 of the needs of the people in the two countries that we assist. We pledge to do all we can to help these survivors. And in addition to our pre-planned existing activities, of course, and we appeal to all of you to contribute generously to the response. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call on Deputy Prime Minister Belinda Baluku from Albania.
Dear Commissioner Varhelyi, dear Minister Çavuşoğlu and Forsell, we are honored to be present today among friends, and we thank the European Commission and the Swedish Council Presidency for hosting this conference and giving us the opportunity to support the people of Turkey and Syria in the aftermath of the disastrous earthquake that hit both countries recently. We are saddened by the distressing signs of the devastating earthquake that hit South Turkey, causing loss of lives, homes, and human suffering. Images that fill us with pain and with our support will soon be images that will fill us with hope, making sure that on the ruins, the cities will rise again. 6 weeks later, we can convene together once again to show that we can shape a joint reaction to a major natural disaster which has affected millions of people in Turkey and Syria. Albania remembers with deep appreciation the assistance and help offered by the people and the government of Turkey when facing the consequences of a similar tragic earthquake in 2019. And we are well aware of the repercussions and challenges that follow such events. Most importantly, we recognize the solidarity and close cooperation between all parties and all partners are of crucial importance to enable swift recovery and reconstruction. As an immediate response to the earthquake, the Albanian government enabled the capacities available within the European Civil Protection Mechanism, which Albania is now proudly a part of. The mechanism helped us to better coordinate between members and to build a first response strategy. Together with European Union member states partners, as well as our Western Balkans partners, we immediately became part of the search and rescue team who were sent to the affected areas. Moreover, the Albanian government sent a team of armed force and civil defense, together with a team of medical personnel and specialized vehicle to the affected territories on the same day. Albania praised the strategic partnership and traditionally very good relation with Turkey. As friends and allies in NATO, our countries have nurtured very positive balance on bilateral relations, not only in political dialogue dimension, but in other fields of cooperation as well. We strongly reaffirm today that Albania remains a steadfast partner to the people of Turkey, and we look forward to support the recovery efforts. We make our pledge of €1 million and become part of the list of international donors. Together, through solidarity, we will make the reconstruction possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albania. It hasn't been too long that we have faced a similar crisis in relation to your country, where Europe also delivered together with Turkey, which was a pattern to follow here as well. Now I would like to give the floor to Minister Bayramov from Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this conference, the noble aim of which is to mobilize collective efforts of the international community to address the consequences of the recent terrible natural disasters happened in Turkey and Syria. As a person who visited the disaster area in Turkey soon after the earthquake, I witnessed the devastating scale of this tragedy, while the steadiness of Turkish people, as well as diligent and wholehearted disaster response activities of the government, were notable. Being the first to react, in total 940 rescue workers, medical personnel and volunteers were dispatched from Azerbaijan to the earthquake zone in Turkey. Our medical personnel provided assistance to more than 3,000 people. 5,300 tons of humanitarian aid were delivered to the affected provinces of Turkey. The amount of financial assistance transferred from Azerbaijan to Turkish Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency and other humanitarian organizations. In light of above mentioned, I would like to stress that we are determined to continue extending result-oriented financial and technical assistance to brotherly Turkey to support its post-disaster reconstruction. We are in close communication with our counterparts in Turkey to identify the specific projects of construction of houses, school, and other social infrastructure for which Azerbaijan will spend additional $100 million. In general, Azerbaijan, as an emerging donor country, is committed and continues to provide significant international aid to the people affected by natural and man-made disasters in different parts of the world, as well as to the countries facing economic difficulties. All this happened amidst the unprecedented large-scale reconstruction activities in the liberated territories of Azerbaijan, totally razed to the ground throughout the years of occupation. We will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with those in need and vulnerable situation and provide necessary support in addressing their basic humanitarian and development needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now we move on to Canada.
I'm sorry I'm unable to join you in person for this very important event, but I do join you in recognizing the devastating impact of the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. We thank the first responders who braved the burning dust, the daunting mountains of rubble, and the overwhelming cries for help. We thank the aid agencies acting to supply food, water, shelter, and dignity in the midst of chaos. And we especially thank the government of Turkey and all those who coordinated and responded to the crisis while facing personal impact. As you may already know, Canada announced $50 million in support for the humanitarian response to the earthquakes for Turkey and Syria. We saw an outpouring from Canadians whose generous donations we will match with more than 20 million of our own funds. We know that the earthquake's devastations came on top of an existing humanitarian crisis in Syria, Many people were facing displacement, a harsh winter, and an ongoing cholera outbreak. Canada had already allocated $50 million in humanitarian support in 2023 prior to the earthquakes, and we will continue to support Syria's people through this crisis. We also recognize the government of Turkey, who is generously hosting one of the largest refugee populations in the world. These earthquakes are having a compounding effect in both countries. Gaziantep in Turkey is a crucial hub for cross-border aid into northwestern Syria. And that's why we are calling on all parties to make sure humanitarian access is sustained. We want the people of Syria and Turkey to know that the international community stands by them. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to Japan.
Distinguished participants, I am Hayashi Yoshimasa, Foreign Minister of Japan. Let me begin by extending our deepest condolences to the victims of the massive earthquake that struck Turkey and Syria last month. 12 years ago, a magnitude 9.0 earthquake hit Japan, and about 20,000 people lost their lives or are left missing because of the earthquake and subsequent tsunami. Devastation caused by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria reminded many Japanese, including myself, of the horrible event that happened in Japan 12 years ago. So far, Japan has promptly provided maximum assistance to those affected in Turkey and Syria. That includes emergency humanitarian assistance worth about $27 million for Turkey and Syria, provision of necessary goods, as well as dispatch of Japan's disaster relief teams to Turkey. I would like to mention in particular that as part of such assistance, Japan Air Self-Defense Force is now conducting transportation of disaster relief goods in cooperation with NATO for the first time. The Japanese government is considering further financial assistance for Turkey and Syria. We need long-lasting assistance toward the reconstruction of the affected area. For example, making buildings and local communities earthquake resilient is important as a preparation for future earthquake. The Japanese government is ready to provide necessary technical cooperation for Turkey, including the dispatch of experts through Japan International Cooperation Agency, which aligns with the needs and plans of the Turkish government towards the reconstruction. Japan has a wealth of advanced technologies and knowledge of disaster risk reduction and post-disaster reconstruction. We will continue to contribute by taking advantage of those assets. Now is the time to realize the reconstruction of the affected area at the earliest possible time, not just building things as they were, but build back better. Thank you for your attention.
Now we are switching to Moldova. We're calling Moldova. Normally they should come on the screen. They are joining us online. Yes, welcome. We cannot hear you. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear the speaker.
Is it good now, the sound?
Now we can hear you. Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Dear friends, my name is Anna Revenko. I'm the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. Let me first start by expressing my deep condolences to the Turkish nation for losing the loved ones in these horrible disasters. We know how important it is to feel that there are countries and nations who stand by in times of crisis. That is why the Republic of Moldova did not hesitate in taking the decision to stay solidar with Turkey in these times of crisis, even though we continue to be in a state of emergency. On the February 6th, in the early morning, the Republic of Moldova conveyed the readiness to intervene in Turkey with an urban search and rescue team. In just 12 hours, having received the acceptance of the mission, we've managed to put together a fully autonomous team consisting of 55 rescuers, 2 search dogs, and equipped with 12 fully autonomous intervention vehicles who started their journey in Turkey. Immediately after arriving in the early morning on the 9th of February, short after starting this mission, the team has managed to work together, including with other rescuers, and managed to rescue a 3-year-old boy from the ruins of a block of flats. Another type of support that Moldova has decided to also extend to the Turkish people is humanitarian assistance. Being solidar with the Turkish people is in this extremely complicated situation. We have decided to put together a large humanitarian package consisting of personal hygiene items, baby food, protective equipment, heated tents, sleeping bags, in the total amount of approximately 400,000 euros. And in the next weeks, these goods will already reach the destination. It is important for us to know that and to extend that even though the USAR team of the Republic of Moldova is not yet INSARAG certified, we have managed to organize and work fully interoperable with all other teams according to the INSARAG standards and protocols. And being fully autonomous, we have also managed to assist other neighboring teams in the base of operations, including EU member states. I'll use this opportunity once again to reiterate our full solidarity, our support with the Turkish people, and extend our hearts of a small country to all the hearts of the Turkish people in this situation of crisis.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now let's move on to Anniken Huitfeldt, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Also to the European Commission and the Swedish Presidency for convening us. Dear Çavuşoğlu, we are all deeply moved by the tragic consequences of the earthquakes that hit Syria and Turkey. The destruction is shocking and the human suffering almost beyond comprehension. We regret that the parties in Syria, the Syrian conflict, did not immediately announce a cessation of hostilities. We had expected that they had instantly allowed life-saving aid through all possible routes. Still, the opening of 2 border crossings from the UN from Turkey to northwest Syria was a positive step. I hope they will remain open. Many now live in makeshift accommodation. We know that such situations provide opportunities for those who take advantage of vulnerable people. Protecting women and girls must be high on the agenda. The day after the earthquake, Norway responded to the request from assistance to Syria and Turkey. The following week, we increased our aid. Today, I announce an additional 100 billion, approximately 10 million euro from Norway. Norway has thus allocated more than 30 million euro in humanitarian assistance to the rescue and relief efforts. We have dispersed financial assistance through the UN, NGOs, and the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Our partners were on the ground from day one. We also sent staff to help coordinate the response. Our Air Force provided medical evacuation, and we organized and finance transport of 100 tons of emergency aid to Turkey. Last year, I visited Hatay with my Irish colleague to promote an extension of the cross-border resolution for humanitarian assistance to Syria. A year later, it is painful to learn such a beautiful and historic city is almost completely destroyed. In Syria, the earthquakes come on top of 12 years of war. It will become increasingly difficult to distinguish between victims of the earthquake and the war. Hence, we must not be dogmatic in our humanitarian and early recovery assistance. We need to assist the most vulnerable and create sustainable solutions for them. Our recovery and reconstruction efforts will require significant investments over time. We commend the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the World Bank for their rapid response. The European Union Civil Protection Mechanism has provided critical support in both Turkey and Syria. Efforts made by all participating states have been impressive, especially as they come on top of the massive response in Ukraine. Norway is proud to be part of this mechanism, and Norway will continue to stand with the people of Syria and Turkey in these difficult times.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now let's move on to Mr. Sultan bin Said Al Muraiki, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs from Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My statement is going to be in Arabic. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, merciful and compassionate, may the peace and blessing of God be upon you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking part in this conference in order to mobilize support for those affected by this unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. There are numerous people who lost their lives and many people who are injured and have found themselves without shelter or food. Thus, I would like to review the efforts made by Qatar in this connection. Indeed, Qatar did not waver in granting the necessary assistance to Syria and Turkey. Indeed, we have taken part in the relief assistance, and we have managed air flights. We have sent medical teams. We have launched social campaigns to mobilize support, which led to the sending of thousands of tons of foodstuff, medicine, and mobile homes. Ladies and gentlemen, the role played by Qatar politically and in terms of granting support, humanitarian support, under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, such a role is represented in all the support we have given to the international efforts in securing sustainable development and alleviating the suffering of victims of crisis. Such a role is anchored in the belief of the state of Qatar in the importance and significant role of partnership and cooperation. In line with this approach, the government of Qatar continued giving its full support to the affected people in the northern part of Syria. Those people have endured more than 12 years of war, and they are affected now by the effects of the earthquake. We do hope that such a meeting will reach its objectives. In this connection, we would like to say that we have secured $93 million so far, and we have 59 million given to projects and implementation, which brings the total to $150 million. I would like to seize this opportunity to reiterate our readiness to work for the sake of sustainable development and international peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Saudi Arabia.
We will continue in favor of the Arabic language. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessing of God be upon you all. I am pleased to convey the greetings of the leadership of Saudi Arabia and its appreciation to the government of Sweden and the European Commission for convening such an important conference. We do pin our hopes that these efforts would lead to the necessary support to the people affected by Syria and Turkey because of the earthquake. Dear brothers and sisters, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has always been present when it comes to granting its support to humanitarian activities. And thus, we have granted our humanitarian support in the previous years without any consideration to religion, color, political tendencies, or any other consideration. We have displayed our full solidarity to all needy persons. Thus, the custodian of two holy places and His Royal Highness Crown Prince have ensured that an air bridge is set up in order to convey our humanitarian support. In addition, we have organized a social campaign to collect contributions in order to alleviate and mitigate the impact of the earthquake suffered by our brothers and sisters in Syria and Turkey. 150 million have been allocated to these activities, in addition to using airplanes to transport the necessary foodstuff, medicine, and mobile homes. We are also implementing a number of housing and health care structures which amount to $73 million. The campaign is still going on, and thus Saudi Arabia would like to state its enduring support to our brothers in Turkey and Syria so that life goes back to normal, and we beseech the Almighty to let peace and prosperity prevail in these countries, and we do hope that the humanitarian assistance required would be met. Thank you very much, and may the blessing of God be upon you.
Now, let me give the floor to First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs from Serbia, Mr. Ivica Dačić.
Hvala puno. Thank you very much. Dear Minister Forsell, dear Commissioner Varhelyi, dear colleagues, dear Mevlut, we greet the initiative of the European Commission and the Swedish presidency for today's presidency to collect aid for Turkey and Syria. And once again, we wish to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims on my behalf and on behalf of the entire leadership of the Republic of Serbia. we share the pain of those who lost their loved ones, but we know that our words are not enough. In order to help promptly the peoples of Syria and Turkey, the government of Serbia, soon after the earthquake, created a coordination team for aid to Turkey and Syria. And so far we sent 2.8 million to Turkey and 2.98 to Syria. And this was sent as financial aid to these two countries. I'm very happy to be able to tell you today that our government allocated 1.5 million euros more to remove the effects of the earthquake. Therefore, the total allocation of Serbia will be 7.28 million euros for humanitarian aid to these countries. And our assistance will not stop with this. We are aware of the serious consequences that these two countries are facing, and we will continue supporting them based on their needs. And based on our experience with the floods that affected us in 2014, we are aware of the fact that such events remind us of the fact that it is only together that we can respond to international challenges, including natural disasters. And I wish to underline that our common approach is very important, both for those in the affected areas and for us who are able to help them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the United Arab Emirates, Ms. Reem Al-Hashimi, Minister for International Cooperation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
In the name of God.
Friends, I'd like to first begin by thanking the European Commission and the Swedish Presidency of the Council for organizing this important and timely conference in support of the people of Syria and Turkey, as they work to rebuild in the wake of last month's devastating earthquake. A few days after the earthquake, I accompanied His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, in a visit to Syria and Turkey. We have seen with our own very eyes the effects of these earthquakes, extended our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the families of the victims, and supported our aid mission there as we sat with local government to better understand how we could be of service. The scale of this tragedy requires an extraordinary effort. It is our responsibility to do all that we can to aid reconstruction efforts. The UAE launched its largest ever humanitarian air bridge to Syria and Turkey and dispatched a series of search and rescue teams, established 2 fully equipped field hospitals in Turkey in Gaziantep and Hatay, sent 233 humanitarian flights, as well as carried 2 ships with humanitarian assistance, shelter support, and medical supplies. 10 ambulatory vehicles made their way to these 2 countries after having delivered more than 10,000 metric tons of food. The total value estimated to date is approximately $330 million, including the allocation of $20 million to the UN's emergency appeal for Syria. In addition to the UAE government's mobilization of material and human resources for the response, I must also say that there's been a tremendous response from the local community in the UAE to address both the people of Syria as well as Turkey in solidarity. That support has amounted to approximately $40 million. We welcome the Syrian government's decision to open 2 international border crossings to increase the flow of aid for the next 3 months. The humanitarian situation in Syria has already been quite difficult, and this earthquake has only exacerbated that crisis. Life-saving and life-sustaining assistance must be provided across the whole of Syria in accordance with the UN's humanitarian response plan, and we call for the immediate start of early recovery programs in earthquake-affected areas such as Aleppo and Latakia provinces. In times of such great tragedy, we're all reminded once again that we have an urgent moral imperative to come together and put differences aside for the sake of mutual solidarity. We will continue our efforts to strengthen bridges of cooperation, partnership, and dialogue with all concerned in order to contribute to achieving stability, dignity, and prosperity for all. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Now I invite the United Kingdom to make its pledge.
Let me begin by paying tribute to the brave volunteers and first responders who have saved so many lives in Turkey and Syria. It was clear during my visit to Turkey last month that the devastating effects of this disaster will be felt for a very long time. This conference is a moment to stand in solidarity with survivors during these most testing of times, and the UK will continue to support them. We have already provided more than £43 million in urgent assistance, helping nearly 17,000 people with vital equipment, including tents and thermal blankets. We sent a 77-strong search and rescue team to Turkey with state-of-the-art equipment and specially trained dogs. And UK medical teams have treated around 11,000 patients. In Syria, the UK is working closely with the UN and NGO partners to get aid to those who need it and ensure border crossings remain open. We provided an additional £4.3 million to the White Helmets for search and rescue operations and increased our funding to the UN disaster response. We are also supporting the UN Population Fund and UNICEF to keep survivors safe, including from sexual exploitation. And the British public have demonstrated quite extraordinary generosity through the Disasters Emergency Committee appeal, raising more than £100 million. Looking to the future, we will help Turkey connect with private sector expertise and investment and secure financing through international institutions. Together with our partners at this conference, we will continue to channel aid to those who need it most and help survivors rebuild their lives.
Thank you very much. Now let's listen to Kuwait.
Thank you very much. I will be delivering my remarks in Arabic. معالي رئيسة
Your Excellency, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Norway, Mr. Varelli, Mr. Commissioner, I should like to extend my thanks to the European Commission and the Kingdom of Sweden for convening this important conference. In the aftermath of the earthquake that hit Syria and Turkey, the state of Kuwait hastened to provide the necessary support and assistance to these two countries. And this is fully in line with the foundation of our foreign policy, namely to stand in support of the those affected by catastrophes and undertake any humanitarian activity that is needed. Indeed, we have monitored the situation in the field on the basis of the reports coming from the United Nations, particularly in the flash appeal that was launched by the UNDP and the emergency flash appeal that was launched by OCHA. Here, I would like to say that the state of Kuwait declared, and through the government and through the people's contributions, the CSO contribution. We have contributed $79 million divided equally between the two countries, Syria and Turkey. Indeed, we were keen on dividing the financial support to various UN agencies and non-UN agencies in order to make sure that this assistance is conveyed very quickly. Those organizations are WFP, ICRC, IMO, and UNICEF, UNDP. We are keen to achieve the target of reaching the beneficiaries. In addition, we have sent airplanes loaded with tons of foodstuff and other equipment. We have sent teams to help search for those who are under the rubble. We would like to say that we are fully committed to the pledges made in various international conferences. We are cooperating with all stakeholders. While we understand that we abide by our commitments, we do realize the difficulties that might be encountered by some agencies in reaching their targets.
I would like to give the floor now to Liechtenstein.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Commission and the Swedish Presidency for their leadership in convening today's crucial conference. Deeply saddened and shocked, we witnessed the disastrous effects and human suffering caused by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria in February, and I would like to express our sincere condolences and solidarity. The earthquakes have further worsened the suffering of the Syrian people, which was already extremely high before. Liechtenstein has supported the people affected by the war in Syria since its outbreak 12 years ago. So far, we have contributed a total of over 7 million Swiss francs for humanitarian aid and development projects in Syria and the neighboring countries. Now, the needs are even greater than ever. But the Syrian regime continues to abuse humanitarian assistance for political purposes and to deny its own population access to life-saving assistance. At the time of the earthquake, only one border crossing from Turkey into Syria was open. In the crucial first days after the earthquake, this prevented humanitarian organizations from getting help to those whose lives depended on it. The need for unhindered, safe and sustainable access to northwest Syria through all border crossings could not be any clearer today. Liechtenstein therefore calls on all states to increase their political support for unhindered aid delivery in accordance with international humanitarian law. In this regard, Liechtenstein also welcomes and supports a temporary humanitarian exception in relevant EU sanction regime, which we have autonomously implemented. This has the aim of facilitating the speedy delivery of urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the people in northwest Syria. Our thoughts are also with the tens of thousands of dead and injured and their families in Turkey. On the day of the earthquake, Liechtenstein announced the first contribution of 200,000 Swiss francs to provide emergency relief for the victims of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. In light of the huge destruction and skyrocketing humanitarian needs, today Liechtenstein doubles its contribution by pledging another 200,000 Swiss francs, resulting in a total of 400,000, divided equally between Turkey and the people of Syria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the European Commission and the Government of Sweden for convening this event. Our thoughts are with all those affected by the devastating earthquakes in February. Aotearoa, New Zealand, has been saddened to see our friends and partners in Turkey a country we have a long-standing and significant relationship with, affected on such a scale. Similarly, it is devastating to think about the impacts of these earthquakes for the vulnerable communities in Syria that have already faced and lived through 12 years of conflict. Today, we are announcing a further $4 million New Zealand dollars in funding to support United Nations agencies and NGOs delivering humanitarian assistance in Turkey and Syria. In Turkey, New Zealand will support the United Nations Population Fund to deliver sexual and reproductive health services and protection services. We will also make funding available for Aotearoa New Zealand NGOs and their partner NGOs in Turkey to deliver community-level humanitarian assistance. In Syria, we will top up a previous contribution to UNICEF's Syria appeal in support of their life-saving humanitarian interventions for children and their families. The funding announced today brings our total humanitarian contributions for the earthquake response to 8.5 million New Zealand dollars. To end, I'd just like to say New Zealand calls on all parties in Syria to comply with international humanitarian law and to ensure humanitarian actors can access and provide assistance to populations in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's hear from Korea. Mike.
Let me repeat once again. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. At the outset, I'd like to thank the European Union and the Kingdom of Sweden for co-organizing this timely conference. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Korea, let me express my sincere condolences to the people affected by the devastating earthquake, which took place in both the Republic of Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic. The Republic of Korea joined the international community's effort in upholding the Turkish relief and recovery effort. My government swiftly deployed a disaster relief team to the affected area. The team carried out the rescue missions and the delivery of relief goods. Taking this opportunity, the Korean government would like to reaffirm its commitment to provide $15 million in humanitarian assistance for the people of Turkey affected by the earthquake. As for Syria, the Korean government provided $1 million in humanitarian aid through the United Nations systems. My government will strive to provide consistent, systemic, and continued support for the affected communities by linking humanitarian assistance with recovery and reconstruction from a viewpoint of development cooperation. The Republic of Korea remains committed to actively engaging in the global effort to alleviate the suffering of people in the Republic of Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask the contribution from Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Çavuşoğlu, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Switzerland wants to express its condolence to the people of Turkey and Syria, and to all people affected. Given the time, I want to be short. Switzerland is pledging 8.5 million Swiss francs to express our continued solidarity and commitment to help all people concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now let's hear from the United States of America.
First, let me start off by offering my condolences to those in Turkey and Syria that have lost so many to these devastating earthquakes, and my gratitude to our brave humanitarian partners who have been responding to needs in their communities for more than a month, even while dealing with unimaginable grief themselves. It's my honor to announce today that the United States is providing an additional $50 million in urgent humanitarian assistance to help earthquake-affected communities in both Turkey and Syria. This new funding builds on the $185 million the United States has already provided, bringing total U.S. humanitarian assistance to support the earthquake response to more than $235 million. In both Turkey and Syria, this assistance will allow USAID partners to expand existing deliveries of food, relief items, shelter, safe water, and sanitation to reach millions on both sides of the border. In Turkey, the additional assistance is supporting USAID humanitarian partners to address the most critical needs, particularly in hard-to-reach areas. This funding is helping partners to distribute urgent food assistance, multi-purpose cash assistance, relief supplies, as well as to provide psychosocial services and water, sanitation, and hygiene support. In Syria, our funding is aimed at more directly getting resources to local Syrian NGOs on the ground, using pooled funds that enable targeted response activities. U.S. support allows our partners to provide child protection activities, services for survivors of gender-based violence, and psychosocial support to those who have experienced fresh trauma from the earthquakes. Additionally, in response to persistent food and nutrition needs, partners are distributing ready-to-eat rations and monthly food assistance sufficient to support 800,000 earthquake-affected people for 6 months. It's critical that our partners have unfettered access to Northwest Syria, including the need to keep all border crossings open for life-saving humanitarian supplies. We commend the continued outpouring of support from around the world, and we welcome contributions of other donors to date and encourage further efforts to assistance to those most impacted by this earthquake.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of third countries, but I have news that Iceland might want to make a contribution. Is that the case?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend our heartfelt condolences to all those affected by the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. The Icelandic government immediately responded to the humanitarian situation with contributions, both financial and in kind. A day after the tragedy hit, Iceland dispatched search and rescue experts to Gaziantep in Turkey, where they provided command and control on the ground as part of the UN INSARAG response. Iceland also provided transport for 100 tons of emergency supplies from Lahore in Pakistan to Adana in Turkey, on the request of the Turkish authorities as part of NATO's response. In addition, in response to the flash appeal of OCHA, Iceland provided 50 million Icelandic crowns to the Syria Humanitarian Fund. We thank Sweden and the Commission for organizing this conference in support of the people of Turkey and Syria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other delegation who would like to make a pledge at this stage from our third country partners? If that is not the case, then let's move on to our international financial institution partners and international organizations. I want to call first on the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank to make its pledge.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed ministers, Mr. Commissioner, delegates and donors, I would like to thank the Chair for the opportunity to speak to you today here in its form. The February earthquakes were truly cataclysmic events, killing nearly 50,000 people and forever changing the lives of many more. While it cannot make up for the suffering, the overwhelming international response has been the one silver lining to this catastrophe, showing people coming together from all nationalities and backgrounds in order to help out those in need. Today's conference is the next step in this process that such a systemic approach is now being followed to provide reconstruction and development assistance to the affected cities is extremely positive. The earthquake found me living in Greece, where I am president of the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, a regional multilateral development institution dedicated to promoting regional cooperation and economic development among its member countries. The response of neighboring states to provide support to earthquake victims has been overwhelming. Our bank made a donation of 50,000 euros for immediate relief of victims of the earthquake and is now in close talks with the well-established institutions such as Turkish Development and Investment Bank to channel additional 55 million euros to afflicted areas. Our goal is to restore critical infrastructure and provide appropriate housing to those displaced and in the greatest need. As we move beyond the critical reconstruction stage, we will continue to work with municipal authorities in the region to identify additional areas where we can provide essential financing quickly and effectively. We will also engage with private companies to provide the resources they need to get back to work, enabling people to earn their livelihoods through building living areas and resilient cities. In conclusion, I would like to express my heartfelt to the Chair for this opportunity to address you all and to the international community for their generous support. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of those affected by this disaster and build a brighter future for the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to the Council of Europe Development Bank.
Commissioner Farhelyi, Minister Forsell, Minister Çavuşoğlu, ladies and gentlemen, it is in empathy and solidarity with people of Turkey and Syria that I'm here today as the Governor of the Council of Europe Development Bank, better known as SEB. Established in 1956 with its social mandate, the SEB puts into action the values of the Council of Europe. After the catastrophe, the SEB was and is quick to respond. Today, we are pledging 500 million euros in new financing for Turkey for 2023 and 2024. To this, we also add 3 million euro in grants for project preparation. In line with the SEB mandate, these additional resources will be deployed to finance the reconstruction and rehabilitation of essential health infrastructure, focusing on the areas where the needs are most critical. The SEB's engagement with Turkey dates back 7 decades, given that Turkey is one of our founding members. Over the year, the SEB has provided loans for nearly 8 billion euros to Turkey, supporting social investment, job creation, as well as the response to and prevention of natural disasters. Indeed, just last year, the SEB has provided 350 million euros in new lending for Turkey. In addition to its lending, the SEB is managing several important projects funded by the European Union. Most notably, the SEB supervised the construction and equipment of a public hospital in Kilis, near the Syrian border, which was inaugurated in December 2022. The hospital withstood the earthquake and remains fully operational, continuing to save lives in these tragic circumstances. Building on 67 years of solid partnership, the SEB is eager to continue supporting the people of Turkey with our 500 million euro pledge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the EBRD.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 4 weeks, I've been to Turkey twice. My first trip, just after the earthquake, was short, dark, and more emotions and sadness than I could possibly absorb. I was back in Istanbul and Ankara for all of last week. And by then, extraordinary as it may seem, the people I met had already started to move on, dealing with it as best as they can. Don't we all? And so I ask myself, how do we, all of us here, ensure that the survivors in Turkey and Syria will not be forgotten in a week, in a month, a year from now? This is something that we can do in this room today. Ladies and gentlemen, Turkey is EBRD's largest country of operation by investment. We have a current portfolio in excess of 7 billion euros and cumulative investment of 17 billion euros. And last year alone, we invested 1.6 billion euros. We will continue to do so. So, to help the regions affected by the earthquake, the EBRD will invest up to 1.5 billion euros in 2023 and 2024, fully dedicated to support our clients and to contribute to the reconstruction. Our earthquake response includes 600 million euros for financial institutions to support clients and companies in the affected regions. And this has already been approved by our board almost 2 weeks ago. In addition, in the medium term, we will lend directly to existing corporate and SME clients and provide liquidity facilities and reconstruction loans to municipalities and state-owned infrastructure. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, many of our programs, in particular those related to municipalities, vulnerable groups and SMEs and associated reconstruction grants, cannot and will not happen at scale without you, as our programs need to be accompanied by donor funds. So today, more than ever, we can make a difference together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now let's move and listen to the European Investment Bank.
Thank you very much, Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the European Investment Bank Group, I would like to start by expressing my deepest sympathy and solidarity to the people of Turkey and Syria after the terrible earthquakes which struck southern Turkey and northern Syria on 6th of February. I would like also to thank the European Commission and the Swedish presidency for organizing this important conference. And I would like to join other participants in expressing our deepest sympathies to the people of Turkey and Syria. And we are all saddened by the devastation brought about the earthquakes that has been presented today. And I'm heartened to see today the extent of the support from the international community for the recovery effort. Through our EIB Institute, we have already made a humanitarian donation of 500,000 euro to a reputable organization that is providing shelter and basic immediate relief to the affected population of Turkey and Syria. As EU Bank, we are ready to contribute to the reconstruction and recovery efforts in the affected areas in Turkey to help alleviate the impact of this tragedy. We are working together with the European Commission on a joint comprehensive package of which up to 500 million euro is to be delivered by the EIB as part of the EU response. And we will shortly present this to our board of directors for approval. We believe that this reconstruction and recovery activity will also provide an opportunity to build back better. This already was mentioned by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, and to support the region's transition to earthquake resilient green buildings, safer, sustainable, and smarter investments and modernization of the infrastructure. Our response package, subject to final approval by the board, would comprise of repurposing of existing 100 million of existing financing agreements, a new 400 million support package consisting of a post-disaster recovery loan for infrastructure, complemented by a potential SME facility to revitalize the economic activity in the earthquake zone, and as well as advisory support for project preparation and implementation will as well be carefully considered. And a possible new European Investment Fund guarantee scheme, subject, of course, to confirm demand and deployment capacity of local financial institutions. To this aim, and in close cooperation with the European Commission, we will liaise and coordinate with the international donors and the Turkish authorities to identify the areas of intervention to maximize the possible EIB group support to restoration of basic infrastructures and vital services of the affected population, Once again, I would like to express my solidarity and willingness to find together the most suitable solutions to overcome these difficult times. We stand ready to contribute more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President. Now let's move on to the ILO.
Minister Forsell, Commissioner Varhelyi, distinguished delegates, we are deeply, deeply saddened by the devastating events of the 6th of February. Here, I wish to bring you the words of Mustafa, a resident of Bustan al-Zahra in Aleppo, who told us 3 weeks ago, and I quote here, "I used to work as a taxi driver, but now I lost my job. I have a 7-year-old child, and now there are no schools. We need all kinds of support. And most importantly, I need my job back." The ILO has engaged with the affected population from early post-disaster days to cover the emergency needs of workers and their families. In Turkey, we work with labor market institutions such as employment services to support job opportunities for affected workers. We also work with enterprises to ensure that they can continue to offer decent and sustainable jobs while maintaining business continuity. In Syria, the ILO is improving occupational safety and health practices through a series of training campaigns for engineers, while also providing grants to its social partners to help them support affected workers and businesses. In both Syria and Turkey, we are conducting employment impact assessment with UN and development partners. In both countries, we are preparing plans to use our employment-intensive investment approach to rehabilitate destroyed infrastructure and restore livelihoods. The ILO labor-intensive methods provide practical solutions to maximize job creation potential in areas where access to equipment is scarce and livelihood opportunities are lost. This is very much the focus of our ongoing and future work in the Aleppo area. Today, I am pleased to announce that we have allocated 3.6 million of direct support to affected workers and their families and are working to identify additional resources for future work. We owe all this to Mustafa and his family. Their future must be built around the principles of social justice and decent work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's listen to the World Bank.
Minister, Commissioners, thank you very much. As you saw this afternoon, we have been working with the authorities and with the UN family to gain knowledge of the impact of the earthquakes in Turkey and also in Syria. What I would like is to stress that on top of that, our financial involvement in the country has been quite significant. 4 days after the earthquakes, we already announced a package of fresh resources of $1.78 billion. Of this, the first billion is for an emergency operation that we have already started preparing with authorities and that we expect to take to our board before the end of the fiscal year on June 30. The other $780 million are related to the triggering of an emergency response contingency component for our operations that will be replenished at its use. So in that sense, what we have is against 1.78 billion in fresh resources. On top of that, we are reviewing our entire portfolio. Our portfolio in Turkey in this moment is $8.5 billion, out of which 5.3 billion have not been disbursed, and we are working with authorities to see what part of that portfolio can be devoted to reconstruction and recovery activities, either through redeployment and through reprogramming of that. Looking at our involvement, and as I mentioned this morning, there are three main pillars. We are looking at the reconstruction of basic infrastructure, whether it is water and sanitation, whether this is related to hospitals and so on. We are looking at the human dimension. There are many people that need housing. There are many people that need access to health and so on. But we are also looking at the economic reactivation of the areas affected. 3.3 million people have been displaced. And if we want these people to come back to where they were, we will need to be working on that dimension. If these people do not have jobs, it will be impossible that they are back. With that, we will be working with authorities, I'm pretty sure, over the coming year, because with such a significant portfolio, this year probably we will be taking to the board more than $3 billion. With that significant portfolio, there will be opportunities to engage significantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have our last speaker, which is the International Financial Corporation.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, I'm honored to participate on behalf of Maktar Diop, the Managing Director of International Finance Corporation, the private arm of the World Bank Group. I'm thankful to the Swedish EU presidency and the European Commission's presidency for organizing this conference. The massive destruction brought upon large areas of Turkey and Syria by strong earthquakes is difficult to completely fathom and comprehend. I visited Turkey the week after the earthquake, and everybody was distraught over it. At IFC, we stand with the people of Turkey and Syria, and we express our deep condolences to them for the losses of lives. We are working hard to bring private sector funding for early relief and for reconstruction efforts to leverage the strength and the resilience of the Turkish private sector. We expect, subject to internal approvals, to mobilize and deploy in Turkey within 2 years around $800 million that would contribute directly or indirectly to the relief and reconstruction efforts by working through our long-standing private partners in the financial sector, in the manufacturing, construction, agribusiness and services industries, and in the infrastructure sectors. The priorities for action are wide-ranging, not only to recreate the destroyed communities, but also to support the host communities to the large internally displaced population. Similarly, as soon as the authorizing environment allows us to re-engage in Syria, we would be willing and ready to re-establish our operations and restart our funding activities to the private sector. Finally, I invite today's participants to engage with us at IFC to seek ways to maximize the catalytic and mobilization impact of public donations and grants by working towards structuring public-private solutions whenever possible. The sheer scale of the reconstruction needed requires us to make every dollar deliver the highest amount in investments possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one last final intervention, and that is the Islamic Development Bank.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum. First and foremost, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, we would like to reiterate our heartfelt condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria. The ISDB Group is committed to contribute all available resources across the short, medium, and long-term horizons to address this tragic unfolding impact. Under our immediate short-term response of this particular quarter itself in this month, we are pleased to announce here today that this track will provide grant financing amounting to $3 million, $1.5 million each for Turkey and the people of Syria from the ISDB as a swift and immediate response to supply urgent humanitarian food, non-food items, and essential medical supplies to the severely affected population. In the medium to long-term recovery and reconstruction track of the ISDB Group, we will be focusing on financing projects that contribute towards strong, resilient development that improves the lives, livelihoods, economies, and infrastructure. The ISDB Group has been engaging with the authorities in Turkey and the development partners to develop a comprehensive program, and we will be agile and responsive to the post-disaster needs assessment. Furthermore, the private sector arms of the ISDB Group comprising of ISIC, ICT, and ITFC, are active in Turkey and will be finalizing and providing its support to the institutions. The IGP Group, in conclusion, reiterates its commitment to stand shoulder to shoulder with the government of Turkey and the people of Syria to respond to the nation's development priorities and to support initiatives targeting recovery from the tragic impacts of this deadly crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with this we can conclude the pledging session unless any other pledges are still imminent. I look around if there's anybody else who would like to make a pledge. If that is not the case, then I close the pledging session. Now we need to have roughly 10-15 minutes of a break so that we can run through the numbers, and then we can start the closing remarks and the conclusions of this pledging conference. Thank you. May we ask everybody to come back to the room? I think that the colleagues have managed to do the last bit of the work. And now I also like to re-welcome our president, Ursula von der Leyen, and also the Swedish Prime Minister, Prime Minister Kristersson. Welcome back. And I would like to now kindly ask you to take your seats so that we can start the final part of our work today. And without further ado, I want to pass the floor to Prime Minister Kristersson so that he can explain us what have we done today.
Yes, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, what have we done here today? I think this has really been an important afternoon. Concrete action for the people in Turkey and Syria. We've heard voices from governments across the world proclaiming the one main message, that the people affected are not alone. We are with you. When Ursula and I, on the day after the earthquake, spoke about taking this initiative, we had one goal: to make sure strong messages of would be followed by tangible support, also after the first response assistance. We are pleased that this goal has been achieved here today. Summing up the statements and pledges today, I am proud to announce that we will see substantial new support. The total pledges today amount to 7 billion euros. 7 billion euros. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there are several conclusions to be drawn from today's presentations and pledges. One of them being the need for a continued engagement from a broad range of actors. The important work by civil society organizations will continue to be crucial to reach vulnerable groups and strengthen their protection. The impressive work of family and humanitarian actors will be vital for reaching people with food, shelter, and other necessities. And the international financial institutions will play a major role in stimulating economic development and reconstruction. The business community will also be important for providing investments and practical engagement in rehabilitation and reconstruction. Our joint efforts need a long-term commitment. I am pleased to conclude this perspective has been promised here today. This conference has provided promises of support to institutions and organizations that aim to help people whose lives were destroyed in a matter of seconds and minutes. But even more, your commitments today have also provided the necessary fuel that all human beings in all countries need in difficult situations, and that is hope. Hope that rebuilding dignity and everyday life will be possible. Thank you all. Thanks for promising funding and for providing this hope. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And now I would like to ask our President, Ursula von der Leyen, for her closing remarks. Thank you.
One of our donors for your generous contributions. We know why we gathered here today. The World Health Organization has qualified the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria as the worst natural disaster to hit the region in over a century. And when tragedy strikes, there's only one answer, and that is solidarity. And I'm so glad to see today that the international community strongly supports the reconstruction efforts in Turkey and Syria. Together, we have exceeded expectations, and this is outstanding. And again, many, many thanks from my side. And this conference marks just the beginning. A lot of work is ahead of us. In the coming weeks and months and years, we will continue to work together. And we will host a donors conference in Brussels just for the people of Syria on the 14th of June. We will make sure that the pledges are fully delivered and on time. And we will make sure that our investment has the strongest impact on the ground in full transparency and accountability. So to all of you, thank you very much for showing the people of Syria and Turkey that they are